High life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show because we care about your love life.
Our nostalgia drive because old is gold. Our show for young people because Gen Z code is on.
Our pigeon bit because na Naija we dey. Our book review because books are a mirror. Our big stories because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness reports because we want to hear from you. Our reggae shows because Rastafari.
One love.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today at 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News.
Hello and good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Okutu. And the headlines? Federal government sues former Kaduna State Governor Nasser El-Rufai over alleged illegal interception of NSA's communications. National Assembly backs Nigerian Army's 1.54 trillion naira 2026 budget. Reverse Chief Judge Simeon Chibuzo-Amadi suspends court sittings for special panels and ICT training. On the foreign scene, Ukrainian delegation heads to Geneva for fresh peace talks with Russia. Details in a moment. And now the details of the news. The federal government has filed a 3-count charge against former Kaduna State Governor Nasser El-Rufai over alleged unlawful interception of communications belonging to the National Security Advisor, NSA, Nuhu Ribadu. The charges instituted through the Department of State Services, DSS, were filed at the Federal High Court of Nigeria, Abuja Judicial Division. The development follows remarks made by El-Rufai during a television program where the former governor allegedly admitted that he and unnamed associates listened to telephone conversations of the NSA after the line had been tapped by a third party. In count 1 of the charge, the federal government alleged that El-Rufai admitted to unlawfully intercepting the NSA's phone communications, an offence said to be contrary to and punishable under Section 12, subsection 1 of the Cybercrimes Prohibition, Prevention, etc. Amendment Act 2024. Count 2 accuses him of failing to report individuals allegedly involved in the unlawful interception to relevant security agencies, contrary to Section 27B of the same Act. Meanwhile, Count 3 alleges that El-Rufai and others still at large used technical equipment or systems to compromise public safety and national security in violation of Section 131, subsection 2 of the Nigerian Communications Act 2003. The case is expected to proceed before the Federal High Court in Abuja, where further legal arguments will determine the next steps in the high-profile prosecution. Meanwhile, the former Kaduna State Governor, Nasser El-Rufai, has honored an invitation of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in Abuja in connection with ongoing investigations into alleged corruption during his tenure. The spokesperson for the commission, Dele Oyewale, confirmed that El-Rufai reported to the agency's headquarters and is being questioned by investigators over his administration of Kaduna State. The development followed a probe by the Kaduna State House of Assembly, which constituted an ad hoc committee to examine the financial dealings and contractual liabilities of El-Rufai's government. The committee's chairman, Henry Zakaria, alleged that several loans secured under the former governor were either not used for their intended purposes or were obtained without due process. Speaker of the Assembly, Yusuf Liman, further alleged that about 423 billion naira was siphoned during the administration, leaving the state burdened with significant liabilities. The committee recommended the investigation and prosecution of El-Rufai and some former cabinet members for alleged abuse of office, diversion of public funds and money laundering. The National Assembly has expressed full support for the proposed 1.54 trillion naira 2026 budget of the Nigerian Army, pledging legislative backing and decisive action to address persistent delays in the release of appropriated funds. Lawmakers described the proposal as vital to strengthening national security and sustaining military operations nationwide. At a joint budget defense session in Abuja, the Senate and House committees on Army endorsed the proposal presented by the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu. Members of both chambers said the allocation is necessary to enhance operational effectiveness and improve the welfare of troops engaged in counterinsurgency and other security missions. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Army, Abdulaziz Yardua, said lawmakers were satisfied with the Army's projections after extensive deliberations. He acknowledged that delays in fund releases remain a systemic challenge affecting ministries, departments and agencies, including the military, but assured the Army of legislative collaboration to ensure smoother implementation of the budget. President Bola Tinubu has reiterated Nigeria's commitment to the swift implementation of the revitalized peace agreement in South Sudan, calling for the immediate and unconditional release of the country's first vice president, Riek Machar, and other key opposition figures. The message was delivered through Vice President Kashim Shettima during the African Union High-Level Ad Hoc Committee for South Sudan, held on the sidelines of the 39th AU Assembly of Heads of State and Government and chaired by South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. President Tinubu emphasized the need for an all-inclusive South Sudanese National Dialogue and Reconciliation Forum, urging all parties to engage constructively in mediation without preconditions. He highlighted that national unity and elite consensus are essential to progress in the country's transitional phase, stressing that inclusive, peaceful and transparent elections remain the only way to build trust in South Sudan's future leadership. During the summit, President Ramaphosa praised African leaders' determination to resolve the conflict and acknowledged delays in implementing the revitalized agreement, now 8 years after its adoption. The Chief Judge of Rivers State, Justice Simeon Chibuzo Amadi, has announced the suspension of all court sittings across the state from Monday, 16th February to Friday, 20th February 2026. The directive, communicated in a circular to all branch chairmen of the Nigerian Bar Association (NBA) in the state, aims to facilitate special judicial activities during the week. The suspension is necessitated by the special panels set up by the President of the Court of Appeal to address the backlog of appeals at the Port Harcourt Division of the Court of Appeal. According to the circular signed by the Chief Registrar of the High Court, David Madwe, some of these special panels will sit within the Port Harcourt Judicial Division as part of the decongestion exercise. The circular also states that a mandatory Information and Communication Technology ICT training program will be conducted for judges, magistrates, registrars, and legal research assistants across the state. The training will run concurrently with the suspension from today to Friday, 20th February 2026, and is aimed at improving efficiency in the administration of justice in Rivers State. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned. Welcome back to the rest of the stories. Residents of Ibiminapolo community at Creek Road, Bile, Boni and Nembe waterfront in Port Harcourt have appealed to River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara to intervene in addressing pressing social amenities affecting residents and businesses in the area. The chairman of the Community Development Committee, Alapakabia Tobin, made the appeal in an interview with Today FM's Uchendu Ajoa, where he urged the state government to extend ongoing development efforts to waterfront communities. Tobin called on the governor to include the business community in his Operation Zero Pothole initiative and other developmental projects, noting that the Ibiminapolo waterfront remains underserved despite its economic importance. He identified major challenges confronting residents and traders to include lack of potable water, inadequate solar-powered street lighting, absence of fire service facilities, and poor sanitation infrastructure, especially around the Bili Boni Nembe terminal area.
We don't have toilets. It has given birth to increase in open defecation, where there is no standard toilet that the community can use. It's a very big problem to us. Please, we need the assistance. Now that Operation Zero Pothole has moved to the St. Jude areas, we want to use this privilege to appeal to you to provide these amenities for us. A standard toilet for the people of the Ibiminapolo community, which comprise the Bile, Boni, Nembe waterfront. We also need fire service facilities in case of any fire incident, so that people can enjoy these facilities. So we are appealing to you, please assist us and provide these amenities for us.
According to him, the construction of public toilet facilities will help curb open defecation, reduce health risks and improve environmental hygiene within Creek Road Market and adjoining areas. Tobin further explained that the installation of solar street lights would strengthen security in the waterfront, enabling residents to collaborate effectively with security agencies in combating crime and criminal activities.
On behalf of the community, the chiefs and the entire stakeholders and the good people of the Ibiminapolo community, we need this tap water to run for us. Our community has no water. We don't have a toilet. We don't have water that we can even connect the host community. We don't have the solar lights within that area. And these are also adding to the increase in the criminal activities of the area. From the Creek Road axis down to the waterfront community, from the Yamzu axis down to the Bile, Boni, Nembe, there are no street lights. And it's a very big problem to us. So it will also help us identify some criminal elements in the night. And it will also help the Nigerian Navy post, the police post there, the military formation there, to at least combat some issues if solar lights are provided for the community and the business terminal area.
It might interest you to know that the waterfront has recorded incessant fire outbreak following some activities in the area. The chairman of Rumokurusi Town Council, Chief Osi Wosu, has condemned the tragic incident that occurred along the oil mill in Limi Junction, resulting in loss of lives and destruction of goods. In an interview with Today FM's Sandra Kenneth, Chief Wosu clarified that the incident did not take place inside the Rumokurusi oil mill market, but in a privately owned market facility along the same axis. He expressed displeasure over the event and urged leaders of all ethnic groups in the community to call themselves to order, maintain peace and avoid further escalation. Chief Wosu noted that while crimes cannot be attributed to any particular ethnic group, they must be addressed collectively.
It took the intervention of Nigerian police, the military men, to come and bring the situation to normalcy. It's quite unfortunate that people that came to the state, to our community, to do business, have now turned the place to a war ground, to a situation where they will now use our community, our market, as a settlement ground. The incident actually took place in a private market, not oil mill markets. There is this adjoining markets around oil mill. And then all over the social media, the people keep flying falsehoods, saying that the information, the oil mill, it's not oil mill. It's on this strength, therefore, that I am warning any other community that are doing business should please endeavor not to turn the place to a war zone. We will not allow that. If it continues, we are going to ban that community.
He also stressed that the council is committed to unity and hospitality, but one that legal action, including the banishment of any criminal elements, will be taken against anyone threatening community peace. Chief Wosu commended the Nigeria Police Force for their swift response, while also calling for enhanced security measures to prevent future incidents.
Thank the Nigerian police force, other military that intervened yesterday to quell the situation. In fact, I want to thank them and then encourage them to continue to be on top of the game. I use the opportunity to warn the outside community. Enough is enough. Recently, it happened in Igruta. Yesterday, it's in Rumokursi. Enough is enough. If the outside community refuses to address this matter and stop this act of violence, we are going to ensure that we ban them from our community. Some of this is, like I said, is avoidable. You cannot at all times take up arms to kill your fellow citizens. It's unacceptable.
Onto the foreign scene now. Ukrainian officials have departed for Geneva for another round of negotiations aimed at ending the war with Russia. Ukraine's Chief of Staff, Kirill Bundanov, confirmed the trip in a post on Telegram, where he said the team would reflect on historical lessons and seek the right conclusions ahead of the talks. The Geneva meeting follows 2 rounds of United States brokered negotiations held in the United Arab Emirates in January and early February. Those discussions mark the first direct public talks between Moscow and Kyiv under a peace framework proposed by U.S. President Donald Trump to halt the conflict that began with Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Although both sides described the earlier talks as constructive, they yielded no significant breakthrough. However, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has expressed hope that the Geneva negotiations will be serious and substantive. In sports, Nigeria's senior national team, the Super Eagles, are scheduled to take on Jordan national football team in an international friendly in Amman in March. The match is expected to form part of Jordan's preparations for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. However, Nigeria's participation could hinge on an impending ruling by FIFA regarding the country's eligibility protest against the Democratic Republic of Congo. The outcome of the decision may determine the Super Eagles' availability for the fixture. The Nigerian national football team are also reportedly in discussions with Iran national football team over a potential second friendly during the March international window as preparations intensify ahead of upcoming competitive engagements. Jordan, coached by Jamal Salami, will be making their maiden World Cup appearance this summer. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The federal government has sued former Kaduna State Governor Nasser El-Rufai over alleged illegal interception of NSA's communications. The National Assembly has backed Nigeria Army's 1.54 trillion naira 2026 budget. We told you that the Chief Judge of Rivers State, Simeon Chibuzo Amadi, has suspended court sittings for special panels and ICT training. On the foreign scene, you also heard that a Ukrainian delegation is headed to Geneva for fresh peace talks with Russia. And that's the news is edited by Stella Sasongo Okori. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Follow us on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram and on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I am Faustina Oputu. Good evening and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. We serve you the latest update on everything. Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Nation, aka the Sun Church, presents Revival Encounters with the Visionary, Manifold Grace Ministries. It's our 4th anniversary and we would love you to join us in this life transforming meeting. Host, Pastor Dr. Mike Okon. Date 20th to 22nd February 2026. Friday the 20th and Saturday the 21st by 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. daily. Sunday the 22nd by 8 a.m. Venue, the Asney Place, Lewis Drive, off Sani Abacha Road, GRA, opposite Next Time Supermarket, Port Harcourt. Free buses will be available to convey attendees from and to all major locations.
Such a unique style.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Wow, this Forex, my God.
What
again?
Forex again.
Oh.
I've told you several times that this thing is a scam. Don't put our money there. This thing is a scam. I've told you several times.
Okay. What do we do? But you notice something, if you're listening to me right now, this is just a simple thing every good wife would always say, every good friend will always say. Don't put it again. But you keep repeating the circle because you do not lack. You lack rather knowledge. You lack the right information. See, what you don't know is obviously bigger than you. And if you know certain things, there are keys to transformation. Rule number one, don't give somebody your money and tell the person say, I will trade for you and I will be giving you money. Don't do that. Rule number two, the Forex market is not a scam. The only issue is that a lot of people do not understand what it means to trade Forex. Are you not making exchange, foreign exchange? You go to Junction at Rumola, some of all those places where you change your dollars. And what are you doing? That's Forex. But just that this is going to be done digitally. Well, talking about that training, if you're listening to me here right now, you've gone through pains, you've gone through challenges in the Forex market, or you've gone through some of things like this, you really want to improve yourself, I have an opportunity for you. The Kingdom Capital Project, in conjunction with Trade to Retire, is here again. They did that sometime last year. Lots of persons were blessed, lots of persons were changed. The Kingdom Capital Project is coming up again with Trade to Retire, starting on Monday 23rd of February. All you need to do is this now: rush down and go to their office and register, and they will teach you Forex. They will be training you on Forex for the next 2 weeks, and it's absolutely free. FREE. The Kingdom Capital Project is a kind of non-governmental organization designed to help people, to give people financial literacy. And they will be working in partnership with Trade to Retire, a complete Forex academy, 100% Forex academy. They will be training you and teaching you how to trade Forex. This will be done by professionals. So all you need to do is this now: send your name to this number quickly. 0916 141 9928. Send your name to this number: 0916 141 9928. So you text your name to that number, and the training starts on Monday, being on the 23rd. It's going to last for the next 2 weeks. And guess what? There is an option for offline. There is an option for online. That means you can learn on site and you can learn from your house. It means you mustn't come to the office, but all you need to do is very simple. Now, while you text your name, kindly indicate, yes, I'm coming for, I'll do online, or I will do offline. Offline means you're coming to the office. So kindly indicate, type your name: Jude Jackson, online; Ruth Ebenezer, offline. So put it that way. Is that okay? Very simple. So the number again: 0916 141 9928. 0916 141 9928. Where is their office? The office is located at number 12 Rumola Link Road, King David Plaza, the last floor. Number 12 Rumola Link Road. That is the King David Plaza, the last floor. That is where you come to that place. That is it. Remember, the training is absolutely free. You're not paying anything. All you need to do is to be very serious. All you need to do is be ready to learn, ready to commit yourself to growth. And absolutely, it is free. FREE on Forex training, starting on the 23rd of this month, being on a Monday, lasting for 2 weeks. There's an online training and there's an offline training, so you make your choice. Now send your name to this number for the last time, but add whether it is online you prefer or offline. Offline means you will come to the office to learn. Online means You'll be given a link where you can join the classes online. So you could choose whichever one you prefer. The number for the last time, 0916 141 9928. 0916 141 9928. For the last time, 0916 141 9928. I'll see you there. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and God bless you all. Do have a very beautiful day.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. There was a sound that told our stories, a rhythm that made our fathers dance and our mothers smile. Welcome to The Thrill, a musical journey through time where legends live on and new stars shine. Join us from Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the ultimate high life musical show. Don't just listen, feel the music. High life lives here.
to you. Congratulations to you. Or maybe you've just been singing and dancing and jumping and shouting and screaming all day out of excitement. Kudos to you. Congratulations to you. It's not easy in this modern day Nigeria to be like that from morning till this period. So if that is your mood, that's been your present condition. Please enjoy your present condition, okay? And well, if life has been on the downside for you, well, I'm so sorry. But it's within you to be able to find a way. Just find a way. Draw strength from anywhere you can draw strength from, okay? Anywhere. Nice anywhere. Well. That would be too much. Yeah, that would be too much. But find a positive way to draw strength, okay? I think that's okay. Before you now misquote me and misinterpret and make me be like some politicians. Oh no, I was quoted out of context. My statement was misconstrued grammar. Well, welcome to What's on Your Mind on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. What is on your mind? What's been on your mind? What's been exciting you? What's been troubling you? So I had a gist today. I don't have the permission to share, but the news is good, and it was huge. I'm like, what? Jesus Christ! Oh my goodness, God, soon. I mean, anytime my mind it will just go there. I try to concentrate on other things, but my mind will keep going there. Like, oh, think about me. And because it's exciting, I indulge it, and I just smile. It's good. And at the end of the day, I'm like, God is good. He's good. So that's been, the dominant thoughts in my head. So when did that happen? I'll say around 12 or thereabouts. Yeah. So I've been thinking about it. So what's on your mind? For you, maybe it could just be some political situation happening around the country or happening in River State. Or it could be some security issues happening in your area that you have been thinking so much about. Well, feel free to go ahead and share, okay? I'm here to listen to what is on your mind, okay? So you can call me, send me a message, and let me know what is on your mind. My name is Faustina, and thank you so much, okay? 0810951091. That's the number to call, or you can send a message to 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. So let me say this. You don't have up to 2 minutes, okay? So when I begin to say thank you, okay. And by the time I say like 2 okays and 2 thank yous and you're still talking and I say bye to you, don't think I'm rude. Don't say I'm rude, okay? Just go straight to the point. Be your neighbor's keeper. Make your contribution, make your mind known, and let the next person make their mind known as well, okay? So let's go. Hi, good evening, welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Hi.
Yeah, this is Akoniche calling from Patako. Yeah, what in my mind is the come of UL Street in Nigeria.
The coming of what?
The come of US Street in Nigeria.
Okay.
Since the soldier we have in this country, the efforts, which is their work to really supervise and to look into forests and to see how to solve this once and for all, which I knew that why they cannot do much is because those people down to the forest may be their brothers or their uncles. So that is why it's so difficult for them to bomb these people. Despite that, these our efforts that feel on hell, that know that this also place, there is Okada who used to invest community. There is other desert cows which they used to attack the innocent people in play.
All right,
but our Nigerian efforts refuse to bomb them. So since US, they are into terrorists, they know their behavior and they know how to bomb them.
All right.
We should allow US to do their work very well.
Thank you.
It's a welcome development.
No, thank you very much. All right. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Ostina, good evening.
You are welcome.
My name is Irene Sampson. I'm calling from the city of Abo.
Okay, I hope you heard what I said. Mm-hmm.
Ostina, I heard you 100%.
Okay, go on. Go on.
Ostina, what is on my mind is, I'm from this state.
Mm-hmm.
I am from River State.
Yes.
The full, proud River man. Ostina, do you know what I found out?
No.
Almost 70% of River State is as if we are doing nothing. Go to our villages, go to our cities, hometowns, our yards, houses. We find our youth. I ask, does it mean that all the government that have been ruling River State, they didn't build the acquisition or help bring an industry that will engage our vibrant youth?
Okay.
I ask again. Christina, because the last time I tried to ask myself, it's as if it's Peter Odele that did the large scale acquisition.
All right.
In this state, what is happening?
Okay, thank you.
Christina.
Thank you very much.
I ask again.
What is happening?
1 billion.
What is happening? What is happening? Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Faustina.
You are welcome.
Thank you. This is Nelson calling from Igrita.
Nelson from Igrita.
Yeah.
All right, go on.
What is on my mind are many, but let me start with the event that happened at Oil Lane. Before it happened, it first of all happened in Igrita, and it's the same people. I want to ask Faustina, is it a law? Because at least all of us is common. Why is it that there's a particular tribe of people that if police see them with dagger or knife, they cannot arrest them. It's not a crime. But if they see me, who is not from that part of this country, they will arrest me for holding dagger. Why is it so?
Oh, so you've experienced that? You've seen police people seeing the dagger and they don't arrest them?
The particular tribe I'm talking about.
I'm not asking you the tribe. I'm asking if you've seen where they were holding the dagger, police people saw them and then they let them go, and you were holding a dagger and they arrested you?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I can't hold dagger. I can't hold it because I can't use it. I don't have it. I can't use it.
All
what
right.
will I be doing with dagger?
No,
when
thank
somebody is always with a weapon, what is he carrying it for?
All right, thank you.
If they are, excuse me, I'm not done now.
You cannot be done. You can't be taking all the minutes. I said under 2 minutes. So you don't know. I've been saying okay, thank you. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
You're welcome.
Yeah, my name is Honorable Chris O'Chris.
Go on.
There is something that is bothering me, just like what one of my callers said. Since 1960 or since 1980, I was born in this country. I don't really know why is it that it's a law for a set of people to be moving around with a dagger on their waist or charms on their hands, and when you have small little, only remove your distance from that place, or it's not like that. At times they will polish your shoe. Maybe you say 50 naira, they say 100. You say 50 naira, what you owe? When you give them 100, they will seize the money. The next thing you ask, give me my change. The next thing you hear, I will dagger you. And if you not take time, they will dagger you. Why is it that this thing is their right, better right? Is it what you take know them? This set of people always move around with dagger.
All right.
I want to know.
All right.
I know whether na stick where me I go the hold. Maybe our own tribe go the whole stick.
Don't be tribal. And I don't think that you're going to be able to hold a meeting with your tribe and then come to a conclusion that, oh, dear tribe, let's begin to hold sticks. Nah. Hello, good evening.
Hi, evening, Faustina. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
How are you evening this evening?
It's going well. What's on your mind?
The problem is not to hold that guy. You know that in this language, in this life, where would every nature have bad eggs in this life.
Yeah.
Not be only one nature. Every nature we have in this country, in this Nigeria, no nature will not have bad egg.
No, we agree that there are bad eggs everywhere.
Yes, that there are bad eggs everywhere in this life. So the problem is not to hold that guy or hold cutlass or hold gun or hold this one. Not be him be the problem of the. So that's why I tell you this one. I don't want anything too much talk. That's why I let you know to this one.
Okay. Well, I was hoping you would tell me the problem, the real problem. Hello, good
Hi,
evening.
Yeah, evening.
All right, Special Douglas.
Bad egg or good egg. Anybody who offend law, they should report the person to the police.
No, absolutely. Let the law take its course.
Not about holding dagger or holding stick. If you fail the law, you go to prison. That's all. Unfortunately, what's on my mind is that some people protested today agenda for special seats in the National Assembly. Now, wow, and I will kill us.
No, we're not going to kill you now.
Even though the Senate is trying to consider that, people are turned it into protest. Every state, one Senate will be for women. Now, wow. Is there any law restricting you people from going to the Senate? Is there also any law that is making it mandatory that men must be in the Senate? Is it not the best, both being the best? You people should organize yourselves on a plenty pastors. If on a go vote on ourselves, or on a senator should be women, what are you on a population? It shouldn't be by law. If it is by law, who will they deprive and who will they not deprive? Okay, for instance, now in my constituency, as I'm growing up, I'm envisaging that one day I will become a senator. So I'm studying, practicing, arranging myself to that day when I will contest as a senator, only for me to be restricted by a certain law that says from this my senatorial district it must be a woman.
All right, thank you, Special Douglas.
People's ambition.
Thank you.
No law like that should be signed at all.
Thank you
my
very much. Thank you. All right, it is What's on Your Mind on Today 95.1 FM. Okay, so remember that you can also send me a message. You can send it via the SMS portal or you can send that via the WhatsApp portal. Okay, either one you send it to, I would read it. Well, if you're sending a voice message or voice note on WhatsApp and it exceeds 60 seconds, I'm so sorry, I will not take it. It has to be 60 seconds and below. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, you're welcome.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Please, the Nigerian law, should be able to take care of, culprits, offenders, people that have offended the law. They should be properly prosecuted and sentenced, so that it will serve as deterrent to others. By so doing, our institutions will become stronger and stronger, and people will be obeying the law of the land.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for going straight to the point. I'm asking you what is on your mind, though. Not what just got into your mind because someone called and said something that is on their mind. It's not you reacting to someone else's thoughts that has been on their mind for maybe the better part of the day or for the entire day. What is that dominant thought in your head? It's not from now. It's not from this minute. It's not from 6:30 p.m. It's not from 6 p.m. It's something that has been bothering you. It's been troubling you. You've been thinking about it. And that's what I want to know, okay? Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Hi.
Good evening, Faustina.
Good evening.
I'm Tobotamna, calling from Alo.
Tobotamna, Dobra?
Yes. Faustina, what's on my mind is, I don't know, I think...
You don't know what's on your mind?
Sure.
You say you don't know. I'm asking if you don't know what's on your mind.
No, it's actually what's on my mind. I'm saying I don't know if within my capacity to appeal to today's FM to introduce some pidgin speaking programs.
Did you listen to Mazi?
No, I know you have. I know you have. What I'm trying to say is that
you want more.
You said
you want more.
I'm not getting.
Do you want more of those?
Yes, I want more. And you know the reason why I want more.
Why?
So that you can be one of us in one of those pidgin speaking programs.
Why you they behave like this?
Because the way you speak your pidgin, they get as they do it for body. It's so sweet.
Why you they behave like this? By the time I speak it for more than 2 minutes. But thank you. That's your time, Tobotamno. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. An entire program. Now, no they do that kind of thing. Okay, SMS portal, but after this call. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening once again.
Billion. Okay, go on.
Yeah, there's something that's in my mind since how many days now I saw that I know you may be aware what happened in Russia and Ghana from that Russian guy that have slept with 800 and something women in Ghana. You know, if you tell them with the HIV, you go film them even in the streets, post them on WhatsApp status to use their nakedness to make money. Now he ran away to Kenya to continue that evil again. So I just pray they think, may that kind of man no enter Nigeria.
Okay.
No, now they don't declare I'm wanted the voting tapo. So I just imagine how human being, not only fully way has HIV. He did not do it in Europe. He did not do it in Russia. It came from. He went to Africa because our women now, because it's now white person now, they will be in the cash out. They know girls, money, dollar, pounds, the cash out. They rush the guy just share HIV everywhere. They film them, they post. See Ghana people are looking for him. Declare you want a voting tapo. So I pray, may that kind of man no enter Nigeria.
Okay, Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's get to the messages. What's on my mind is the 800 billion naira request by INEC for election. This amount is mind-boggling. It's big enough to be a state budget. What does INEC need such amount for? Are they conducting world election? Okay, this is why many people have canvassed for a complete electronic voting and transmission to reduce cost. If government goes ahead to approve this amount, then I would suspect that it would be a coded bribe to compromise INEC in 2027 election. Mr. Lucky, you sent that one in. Billion. An election that would not be credible or free and fair. Ballot boxes will still be stolen by the same Nigerians lamenting about bad governance, and election results will be manipulated in government houses. Please, is it the same election that INEC wants to spend over 800 billion naira for? Even God himself could shout, Jesus Christ, on top of this INEC budget. Johnson from Eliuzu. Okay. Good evening, Lady Fosti. What is on my mind is these people that have built houses under all the flyovers. Fosti, who is their landlord? Or can we say that the government does not see them? It's Dummy K. Okay, Dummy K. Thank you very much. Very, very much. All right. Let's see what's up. Good evening, presenter. What is on my mind is to legalize gun in Nigeria because the killings have gotten out of hand, from Arsenal Finance Celestine in Abuja FCT. That's what's on your mind? Well, it's not within your powers. Keep your calls coming in. Let me know what's on your mind. 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951, or you send me a message. 0701-933-9962. That's the number you should send your messages to. You can forward it via the SMS portal or the WhatsApp portal. Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Turn off your listening device, please.
Hello?
Yes, hello, good evening.
Okay, what's in my mind is what has been happening in Port Harcourt for the past 1 week or thereabouts.
Okay.
About this killing
from Igrita and LMA Junction. Even though the people of Rumukushi have said that the thing didn't happen in New Market. But it happened somewhere there.
Around
not
that
the local government. And there's this impression that some people hold dagger and they are immune from arrest or they are infallible. Please, if there is no arrest, no investigation, there will be no prosecution. We just sometimes believe that let the things, it doesn't work like that. You must report. And I cannot anybody that have seen somebody with dagger and report to any police station and they didn't take action. Let the person come on this platform and say it and mention the police station and have the channel to report the matter to Abuja.
Okay.
My name is Yakubu.
Thank you, Yakubu. Thank you. This is the see something, say something. Right, so if you think whatever it is you've seen, it's a problem to you and the society. Usually the law enforcement agencies, especially the police, will tell you if you see something, you say something. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
You're welcome.
Faustina.
Is this Honorable Chris O'Chris?
We want to talk for the development of this country.
Honorable Chris O'Chris, you just called now.
Is it not when I reported about something?
Honorable Chris O'Chris, you called earlier, right?
Yeah.
So you make way for someone else to call. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Good evening, Faustina. My name is Charles Anozi, writing from PH. What is bothering my mind is the issue of federal government jobs that were advertised last year, and after a shortlisting of names, nobody has heard anything again. What is going on and what is holding the final list? Help me and find out. Okay, I will help you and find out what is holding the list. Turn off your listening device, please. Thank you. I didn't say you should run away. Just turn off the listening device or you reduce the volume completely so we can have a conversation. All right? So let's get on to the SMS portal again so we have everyone included. What's on my mind is that the insecurity, hunger, more poor beggars, subsidy removal, etc. is because the imbalance kill. But the injustice against Nnamdi Kanu would end the... Okay. It will not end the country. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'll take this call and then read the message on WhatsApp. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Quentin. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Okay. My name is John.
I didn't hear that.
My name is Don.
John.
Don.
Oh, Don. Apologies, Don. Go on.
It's 800 and something billion government approved for INEC and whatever. It's just a matter of money cannot take care of some rivalry in Nigeria. I just want to ask. What federal government has they? Are they doing that? They don't see anybody, any citizen at all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Even though I didn't get clearly the last statement, but thank you for calling in. Good evening, presenter. My name is Tam. What's in my mind is whether PHEDC has completely made up their mind and nailed it not to give Igritali light anymore. Power supply. Very critical, very, very important. I can just imagine the situation in that axis. Hello, good evening. You're welcome.
This is Ono from Eneka.
Go on, Ono.
You see this PhD. That's one of the things that's on my mind.
Okay, what did they do you?
How we go there for this country like this? Will they pay for darkness? These people have the cost to be sharing the bill. We at the Netanya for over how many this thing? We don't have light. For how many days now? Now I must have bought to pump water. I have a fish farm that I am managing. Do you know because of I was not able to meet up in buying fuel to change water the way I'm supposed to. Do you know that I have a lot of mortality?
Oh, so sorry about that.
I encounter a very huge loss. And this body has the cost to come and share bill of 25,000 naira to us here. Me, I don't know where we are going to anymore in this country. This APC renewed hope, a hopeless hope. I don't know where they are taking us to. This thing is really, really painful.
All right, no,
that you have people in power, you have government, and they will be led every time they are hearing their citizens that they claim that they are ruling. They are crying every day. They cannot do anything concerning it.
Thank you. No, thank you. Let's let you go. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a hopeless hope. It's renewed hope agenda. Renewed hope. How can the phone of the NSA be tapped, and all this while they couldn't uncover it before El-Rufai's revelation? Can you see why this country is so insecure? What a pity. Flat Earth from PH. Okay, with that message from Flat Earth from PH, it's a wrap on What's on Your Mind on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. I'll take a break and I'll be back for Area Talk. Do stay with me. My name is Faustina.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Today in history, 16th February. In 1918, Lithuania adopted the Act of Independence, which is the restoration of an independent, democratic Lithuanian state, with Vilnius as its capital. It terminated all state ties previously imposed by other nations. In 1968, the first 911 emergency telephone system was inaugurated in Haleyville, Alabama. In 1998, China Airlines Flight 676 and Airbus A300 flying from Bali to Taipei, Taiwan, crashed during approach amid poor weather, killing all 196 on board plus several on the ground, making this one of the deadliest crashes in Taiwanese aviation history. In 2005, the Kyoto Protocol, an international treaty aimed at reducing the emission of gases that contribute to global warming, went into effect 8 years after its adoption. It was widely hailed as the most significant environmental treaty ever negotiated, though some critics questioned its effectiveness. And in 2024, Alexei Navalny, who achieved international recognition as one of the most prominent Russian critics of President Vladimir Putin, died at age 47 while in a Siberian penal colony.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Today's news in 60.
The federal government has unveiled a new industrial policy designed to revive dormant factories, strengthen domestic manufacturing, and reposition the country as a competitive industrial hub. The naira strengthened sharply to 1,390 naira per dollar today in the black market, further narrowing the gap between the parallel market and the official foreign exchange window by 2.5%. The Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee has dismissed as false a viral video claiming that new tax laws will take effect in 2027 and impose a 25% tax on funds meant for building materials and other transactions. The National Bureau of Statistics has said Nigeria's capital importation surged to $6.01 billion in the third quarter of 2025, representing a 380.16% increase compared to $1.25 billion recorded in the corresponding period of 2024. Another foreign scene, Chinese technology giant ByteDance has pledged to curb a controversial artificial intelligence video making tool following threats of legal action from Disney and complaints from other entertainment giants.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
You're still listening to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, 4 minutes past 7 p.m. It's still February 16, 2026. Welcome to Area Talk. My name is Faustina Oputu. Okay, so we'll just dive straight into the conversation for today. Well, it's about the incident that occurred on Saturday, the tragedy that struck on Saturday. The clash between some members of the Benue and the Hausa communities at a fruit market along or around the oil mill axis. I mean, initially, reports were that, it was the oil mill market, and then again, we heard, a rebuttal that, well, it wasn't at the oil mill market that but it was around that area. Was some sort of a privately owned market in that same axis that the incident occurred. Okay, so that happened. Well, according to stories, trouble started when a trader at the market asked the wheelbarrow pusher to, you know how people maintain spaces and try to protect their spaces in the markets. So that's where the trouble started, when a trader asked a wheelbarrow pusher to make space for him to keep his goods, and there was a refusal, and an argument ensued between the two, and that attracted some sort of commotion, and trouble began from there. Before you know it, the disagreement escalated when one allegedly brought out a knife and stabbed the trader. And police did release a statement. They issued a statement in Port Harcourt. I think it was on Saturday afternoon as well that statement was released. In that statement, they said that the trader was rushed to the hospital but was confirmed dead by a doctor. So the statement let me get that statement somewhere. So yeah, okay. So the statement by the spokesperson for the River State Police Command, Grace Iringekoko, said the development immediately sparked a clash between members of the Benue and Hausa communities in the area. Now she said the River State Police Command, they confirmed the murder, the incident occurred, okay, and then it was the date. She gave the date that happened. Said at about 7 a.m. at the Fruit Market Oil Mill, Rumokurusi, Port Harcourt. Okay. And according to that, preliminary investigations, they said, revealed a trader at the market while attempting to create more space for his goods requested a wheelbarrow pusher identified as Zakara Afaruwo male to remove his wheelbarrow, which was obstructing the area. So the request, well, same thing as I said earlier, but this was the statement from the police. So that happened, and a lot of narratives flying up and down, social media, some saying, oh, more lives were lost and blah, blah, blah. But the statement from the police did say that it was the trader who was stabbed, who was rushed to the hospital, who lost his life, and that happened. So that happened. And when this happened, a lot of people cast their minds back to what happened at Igrita. That happened. And for some people, it's time. It's time decisive actions are taking, so it doesn't reoccur. So we don't have we don't get to see a repeat of tragic incidents like this. Now you may begin to look at certain issues that could lead to this. I know a previous conversation, some of you are pointing in certain directions and all of those. But you want to begin to look at certain issues that should be addressed. All right. So if we want a stop to incidents like this, there are certain issues that would need to be addressed. So issues on a personal level, well, there's nothing much that people can do about the personal actions and decisions that we should take. I remember some people talking about yesterday, some people were talking about the fact that, if people began to work on their tempers, I mean, you know how some people get angry and they're very proud. Adevesquiko. There are people like that. Adevesquiko. I know they talk. I get angry easily. I don't talk too much. I act. Yeah. Some people attribute this to, a lack of anger management on a personal level. That could be one of the problems. Yeah, while that is truly true, it's correct, because if you're able to absorb, if you're able to analyze situations critically and see that, there are consequences of actions. Maybe, just maybe, you want to have a rethink, or you want to think twice. That is one of the things, or one of the areas that people looked at. That's on a personal level, on a personal level. Well, going further, so if we've had incidents like this occur in the past, you want to look at what was done, really, to serve as a deterrent. What was done to make sure that anyone who finds themselves in that situation, regardless of how angry you are at the moment, you want to pause for a moment and think about the fact that, this happened some time ago somewhere, and this happened to the person who did this. So that would serve as a reminder that Well, someone did this and this was what happened to them, and so I don't want to be found in that position. I don't want to be caught in that web. What was done? All right. Now, in as much as people have different opinions, even the opinions of what they think should be done, in as much as some people's opinions are way outside the law, but it's a society, we're in a society that is guided by the law. Even if you want to talk about the fact that, oh, well, it's a lawless country, it's a lawless society, people are not obeying the law and all of those, but you want to do things within the ambits of the law. And so there have been propositions as to how people can avoid things like this so it doesn't happen again. Good ones and bad ones, bad propositions and good propositions and all of those. So some taking this to the government level. Oh, yeah, government. Because, I mean, we're talking about laws, right? We're talking about obedience to the law. We're talking about enforcing actions and laws and all of those. So it would bring the government into that. So if there were strong systems and there were antecedents that you can look at and take a cue from and learn a lesson from, then that is a way to go. Now, on the government angle, you want to look at, okay, this was in a market situation. Do now, arrange this place for me. Let me, more like you're wanting more space or you just want your space there. Now, maybe the conversation would be, what's the state of that market? What's the state of the area? Is it somewhere that is big enough to occupy almost everybody or everybody? Oh, when you have, I don't know if there would ever be a market that would contain everybody. Or except it's well structured, and so you have number of shops, and so when those shops are filled, well, there's no room for you, so you have no business being in that market. Maybe that sort of structure would have been able to save situations like this. Just maybe. But sometimes things can happen, and you may think that, well, even in some sort of structured situation or areas, the human factor can come into play. But yes, the government has to do the needful, what they've got to do. So at the end of the day, when it happens and then after investigations, you realize that, oh, this person did this and it was as a result. Usually they give their statements as well. They give the reasons. They give their reasons for doing whatever it is they do. I mean, you've listened to some suspects in cases where they tell you, I did this because this person did this. So there is that human factor, all right? But there is also a part that the larger society can play, government can play, government at all levels. Now, in this case, you want to look at local, state, all can come together. It's collaborative effort that matters. Collaboration. And when conversations like this come to the fore, you would want to talk about the tolerance level. And then you want to talk about the ethnic card that is being put out there. I mean, we cannot escape it. We cannot escape it. Because at the end of the day, when something happens, once, twice, thrice, and then maybe the fourth time, and then there is a trajectory, there's a tendency that someone somewhere is going to make a general statement. And now so then they behave. It's a general statement. But then again, you have people, some people will explain to you that, yeah, we know that it's not everybody that is into all of those things. But there is a tendency for people to just put up a statement and be like, well, now so all of them, they behave. And that's because they have looked at certain cases that they know, that they've heard, that is this person or these people from this particular place. That's a card. That's one of the areas that is really being talked about. And maybe it's time for some sort of decisive steps. And you're beginning to wonder decisive steps to avoid a repeat of incidents like this. What could those steps be? What exactly could those steps be? Now, in one of the stories, let me get that story from the 6 p.m. bulletin, that story that was talking about, was condemning the incident. Okay, you found it. Yes. Let me get to a paragraph that talked about... So, the person in the story, the chief... Wusu talked about the fact that while crimes cannot be attributed to any particular ethnic group, they must be addressed collectively. So it's collective effort. Now, I know that you want to say, what can I do? Me listening to Fosina now, what can I do to address this kind of situation? What can I do? What exactly can I do? Now, you also talked about, these are steps. Now, he also talked about stressed that the council is committed to unity and hospitality, but warned that legal action, including the banishment of any criminal elements, will be taken against anyone threatening community peace. Because, issues like this, of course, you're threatening community peace. You are threatening community peace. Banishment, legal actions, well, lawful actions. So in addition to things like this, in addition to the legal action, the banishment of any criminal element, that's like you do something threatening the peace of the community, they identify you and they tell you, we do not want to ever again see you in this community. In fact, you've been declared persona non grata. Well, that could be a way. Maybe it's a measure that is seen as a drop in the ocean. Maybe. But it's an addition to measures that need to be taken. Now, this particular person who was involved in this, according to the statement, is in police custody. Investigations are ongoing, as always, as usual. So they can ascertain everything that they need to ascertain. And at the end of the day, well, necessary procedures are going to be taken. I don't know. You know, sometimes certain actions of certain human beings are mind-boggling. You know, you see someone go to jail or you see someone suffer certain consequence of an action. But some humans don't care. Like, they just want to go ahead and still carry out that act. Oh, okay, at that point, the person is not thinking straight. That's it for some people. When they want to do something, they're not thinking straight at that point in time. Because if you're thinking straight, you should be able to cast your mind to consequences. Because for me, there's certain things I would want to do, and I'd be like, if I do this one now, this one will now happen. The other one will happen. All of this will happen to me. And I'm like, nah. But they say in the moment of anger, you are not making use of that gap between that action and the reaction. Because that's a moment that you're supposed to think about your life briefly. Briefly. But you know what? A lot of us, we just close that gap. When something happens, quickly, we react. We react. So maybe for some people, even if there are deterrents, even if there are consequences well spelled out, people have suffered the consequences of similar actions, they still want to continue in that path. But others, well, some others would just think about it like, oh, no, I don't want it to, I don't want to go behind bars. I don't want to, whatever consequences at the end of the day that will come to a person who committed a crime. But what exactly can we do? What exactly can we do? Maybe you want to just exclude yourself. I'm like, we. I don't follow. This is solely the responsibility of government at the different level. Oh, two tiers of government. I mean, the federal government cannot come here and begin to, do things like this for us. But maybe you want to specifically look at beginning from the third tier, closest to the people. Maybe there are things that running through your mind, measures that can put an end to things like this. Well, put an end, maybe it's not something we can achieve. It's not achievable, but it's something we get to hear once in a long while because, I mean, crime, abolishing crime, eradicating crime, as a tall dream. A very lofty ambition. I don't think any country has, achieved that. So if you want to even look at the very peaceful nations and countries, a couple of crimes here and there, and in some countries is prevalent. But certain measures should be taken. Security measures should be taken to prevent issues like this. Maybe I don't know if it's a conversation. I think, hold on a bit. Okay. So there's this paragraph he talked about, he expressed displeasure over the event and urged leaders of all ethnic groups in the community to call themselves to order, maintain peace, and avoid further escalation. So if a particular tribe is being fingered for something, well, there would be the need for a conversation around it. Absolutely. Because, I mean, they are good people. They are good people. So you have the bad eggs bringing that bad name to that particular ethnic nationality. And so you want to have conversations amongst yourselves. Because this is a collective responsibility. Everyone has got to play a role, including in single individuals. So the individuals, then the group that they belong to, the ethnic nationality they belong to, the community they reside in, the state they're in, the local government they're in, the state they're in. Everyone has one role or the other to play. Everyone has. Sometimes we just wait for things to happen, and then we have conversations. Oh, that's why you're saying this one. They're saying this one. Oh, we condemn. No, it's bad. It's not good. It's no. You cannot. We have done this. We will do this. But then there's got to be systems put in place. Systems. Well, maybe some of the measures would prove difficult. Some of the measures will probably prove difficult. Especially when it comes to the individual and their mind or their mindset, their state of mind, the ability or inability to manage situations. That could pose a problem. Because, I mean, you want to... How do you shift an adult's mind or mindset? Well, it's not it's not impossible, though. It's not impossible, but for some people, it's really very difficult. Especially the ones who tell you, "I dey vex quick, I get angry easily, and when I get angry, I'm not a good person. You will not like me." Anyways, what do you think can be done so we don't have a repeat of incidents like this? Incidents like this. Now, away from the clash between the two ethnic nationalities, and that this could be some other people. It could be some other ethnic nationality. People fight, people quarrel every day. Things happen. But how can things like this, especially this particular incident, how can we avoid a repeat of an incident such as this one? All right, you're listening to Area Talk, Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. You can go ahead and give me a call via the number 0810 9510 951. 0810 9510 951. Send a message to 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. Drop a comment on Facebook at Today 95.1 FM, on X at Today FM 951. Hi, good evening.
Yeah, hello, Lady Faustina.
Mr. Reginald.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes. Lady Faustina.
Yes, please.
We cannot talk about the issue of security without placing government in the front burner. That is number one.
Okay.
Because the role of government is the protection of life and property. And in wherever you have security breaches like this, it means that government, in one way or the other, have failed in their own responsibility. Lady Faustina, if both of us is having an argument, at what point do one of us come out with a dangerous weapon using dagger or jackknife or gun? At what point?
All right.
Then the question will also be that who gave me that authority to go about with this dangerous weapon? Here in Nigeria, we have a law that banned me and you from moving with dangerous weapon or being in possession of dangerous weapon. But the same law also gives some group of people license to go about with guns, dagger, and other dangerous weapons. In the
which law is that gives them the license to go about with the daggers?
Lady Faustina, me, Reginald, cannot walk out from my house with a jackknife.
No, I'm just asking because you said there's a law that give them. But that's your time. Let's move on because we don't have a lot of time. Thank you.
By the time I get to junction, police has maybe try to search me, and then police will arrest me, and then I will be questioned.
Okay, Mr. Reginald, let's let you go. So we'll move on to the next person. Thank you very much. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, it's Moses.
Yeah, Moses, welcome.
Thank you. If I won't take much of your time.
Thank you very much.
It's an observation. Thank you. It's an observation. Whatever that plays out around us, whether men against women, ethnic whatsoever. You see, Trump is coming to help. Nigeria. At some point, I thought about it. There might be some nations, that let's pray we don't get to that point. Nations that are against Trump, want to join force. What am I trying to say in essence? You see, even in family, when you decide to favor some side of individuals, some parents, you choose to favor some children, you choose to, some people can do some kind of things and get away with it. I don't wish to disrespect the station or whatsoever. But then what happened at all the oil mill, it happened in Aba, it happened at Gruta and the rest of that. You track who is doing this. It's the same set of persons. It was an ethnic kind of thing. There is a place. There might be a place. It might happen at a place whereby we don't have the system, we don't have the police. They might not be able to curtail this, and we can't continue to, favor some people against others.
All right.
That's just my take on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for keeping to time. Hello, good evening. Okay, so when you call straight to the point, we don't have all the time in the world. Okay, so when I begin to say, okay, thank you, you just know that it's time to wrap up your thoughts. So I don't cut you off and then you see me as being rude. Hi, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Dr. Chris, good evening.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go on.
I had wanted to call you earlier to say what was in my mind. And exactly what has been in my mind is this scenario. You see, this scenario has happened several times and in so many places. First thing, let's call a spade a spade. Nigeria legislature or legislative house and both the states, the way we raise it should be the same way we view this issue. They should stop houses. Stop Fulanis from carrying that around. It is inhuman. It is barbaric. They should stop them. They should legislate it and stop them. What kind of thing is this? It doesn't make sense. These are kind of the act that has kept us backward. Why would you be carrying dagger? It's a weapon. Police should search them.
All right.
It doesn't mean calling them.
Okay, Dr. Chris.
And let's be clear.
Thank you.
It's enough of this shenanigans.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hi, good evening. You're welcome to Area Talk. I can barely hear you. No, so sorry. Apologies. The line is not clear. I'm so sorry about that. Hi, good evening.
Yeah, Faustina.
Mr. Zion, straight to the point.
Then carry dagger. Is it not our careless talk every day and stigmatizing them? Why would they carry dagger? Because somebody committed atrocity. You don't know that most of them are running away from the insecurity. They are coming under you for you to protect them. You stigmatize them.
Oh, so if you're stigmatized, does it take away your humanity at some point?
What is the essence of stigmatization? Won't they revolt? But I blame the Rumo Crucial people and also blame the local government chairman. The local government chairman of that environment is so lazy.
Why?
I've encountered him several times on radio when he was criticizing the government, talked up and down. Hey, he's a PhD holder, he's a doctorate degree holder.
So what should he have done, Mrs. Zion? Because we don't have a lot of time.
Ahead.
What should they have done to prevent this?
You would have set up a security apparatus, a local apparatus. Since you have recorded some spotlights of this particular guy,
all right,
with arms, your local security, would have gone to screen them as they push the wheelbarrow, as they drive their keke,
Mrs.
as they drive
Zion.
your okada. Screen them if they carry arms or not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Government are talk.
Thank you.
Government
Hello, good evening. Turn off your listening device, please.
My name is Engineer Jonathan.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, something must kill a man on the line.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you very much, my dear sister. Faustina, when this incident happened in the Igrita, I think sometime last week, I was opportune to call. I was telling Maxwell, my dear brother, what I saw. What this English, these you people English, that you people initiated us, allegedly English.
Well, it's saving you from some sort of trouble, and you know that.
My dear sister, is it saving us or is not? Is it putting us in a problem or is helping us? It's not helping us.
I mean, you can't be categorical about certain things. You know that.
What I saw something. I saw that Mr. John stole money yesterday. They were beating him. He said I should put allegedly. When I say I saw Peter. In my eyes, when he stole money, they were beating him at Rumokoro Junction. You say I should put allegedly. I told Maswell that almost 90% out of 100 Okada Hausa boys are using Okada. They are using penknife, under their teeth. Maxwell said, how do I know? I should put allegedly. For what? I have seen them 1, 2, 3 times. Any small argument, you will see them putting hand under their seat.
All right.
On the Okada to bring out a knife.
Thank you.
That's why I said it's only iron that can sharpen iron. If they hit you, you hit them back. Iron to iron.
Oh, calm down. It hasn't gotten to that. Okay.
Hello.
I mean, there's a law, and it has to take its course. Hello. Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening. I have a problem with these people. I think the problem is from their leaders. What type of instruction given to them? And what type of messages given to them when they gather together in their mosques? If you look at it from this angle, it is doctrine issue. These persons are indoctrinated to believing that if you're fighting while you die, if you die while defending yourself, you go to heaven and or something like that. And otherwise, what will cost any these boys or these people to any slight provocation? You see somebody want to dagger the other person, they want to stab the other person to death. It makes no sense. All of them. So why it also is I ask a question.
You say all of them. All of them. All of them. Did you say all of them? All of them.
Fortuna is all of them. They carry knife along.
All of them.
They carry dagger along. All of them.
And you've seen all of them.
Let's not pretend over this now. They carry daggers everywhere. And if I carry this, if I go along with daggers, then I'll be called a thief. Check all of them. Check the wheelbarrow pusher. Check the Okadas. Check those of them.
I haven't checked. I haven't checked them, so I can't say all of them. Except you have checked all of them.
It's all of them. It is not. See, we don't pretend over this.
There's nothing like pretense. I said I haven't seen all of them. If you've checked all of them and you say you have seen all of them.
But now, do your investigation. You will discover it's all of them.
Except you talk about all the ones that you have seen. Do you know all of them?
For seeing that all the ones I've seen. Now it means that 99 in 100.
All right. Thank you.
It's all of them.
Thank you very much. Hello, good evening. But what exactly can be done? So the solution, oh my goodness, turn off your listening device. So you know how it's very easy, the problem is very easy to pinpoint. But what exactly can be done? That's another problem. Good evening, welcome.
Evening, Faustina, it's Harvest.
Harvest, go on.
What will be that somebody have quarrel with you, and you go and bring dagger or knife, either from your pocket or from whatsoever, or from somebody that is doing something business there, I have to choke the person. Just come on quarrel, or we are quarreling for something that we can see settle. At the end of the day, we see use the place. You look at this issue, and this thing now has become taking the person's life up to this level. Even though we can quarrel, we can fight, holding hand, and beat each other and fall down. But when it comes to the extent that you are bringing dagger to choke the person, that means you want to eliminate the person.
What's the solution?
It's not fair. In this kind of condition, it's not fair. We cannot just continue to live this kind of life that if I have quarrel with somebody, I plan to eliminate the person. We cannot fight with our other hand. In those days, we used to fight with our other hand. If you fall me for ground, I believe that you are me. Now you get power pass.
Yeah.
And then this one now, it just space. It just space that this place you are doing is not a permanent place for you. You bring dagger from your pocket.
Thank you very much.
Dagger the person,
thank you.
The person go.
All right, thank you.
It's very painful. It's very painful.
Yeah, very
so
painful.
I don't expect that any person should take anybody's life because of just business that we wanted to make money.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, so you see, we all know the problem. We all know the problem. But what is... We cannot talk about the problems without talking about solution. Just the way you would say, oh, we cannot talk about the solution without talking about the problem. Yeah, you state the problem if you want to. Because for some people, the problem is obvious. The solution might not be obvious. You may have a lot of ideas as how, we can avoid situations like this from repeating themselves. But that is needed. What can be done? I mean, someone talked about legislation, What else can be done? So we don't come back here. Next week, you want to say God forbid, or the next, and then we're talking about issues like this. How can we avoid things like that? All right, let's get to the messages. SMS portal, greetings. Faustina, greetings. Why carrying out autopsy when it's already established that the wheelbarrow man stabbed the man to death? People should be very careful because some of these Abuki guys go out with dagger in their pockets. This is from Thank God Ability Atwebu. Okay, so you know how the law enforcement agencies, they have procedures. They tell you they carry out investigations. And sometimes it's not because they don't know that this is what it is, but it's a process, it's a procedure that must be followed. That's why they do it. Okay, so I don't understand. Okay, so let me just move away from here. I don't understand that. So if you want to send a voice note, make it 60 seconds or less, then I'll take it. Okay, Thank God Ability Atwebu, you sent it on WhatsApp and then you sent it via the SMS portal. All right, 0810-9510951. Talking about the clash at the oil mill axis at that market, fruit market there, that claimed the life of one person. I'm asking what security measures, what steps can be taken to avoid a repeat of an incident like this. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Faustina. Good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome.
Hey, Chief Solomon.
All right, go on, Chief Solomon.
You see, I can remember sometime when somebody said, say we are going to defend ourselves. Now, I can see the colors now. Every time. Not that I'm studying the Akwabuki people who carry knife. Every time they will be carrying dagger up and down. Now, you can imagine when you compare it, if they allow everybody to be carrying gun to defend themselves. You see? So, now we understand. So, look at a wheelbarrow pusher now. Just that man, the driver want to clear a vehicle. no space for him. Carry Uber come out. This is your God park well. Carry the man jump down and dragging the Uber with along the line. He just bring the thing and chew. Suppose that guy was not with him to defend himself, he wouldn't have having that opportunity to get anything to choke or to pierce somebody. Yeah? So it's most of the times self-defense, having gone within yourself or carrying arms to defend yourself is not good. Yeah? So for me, anybody like this Aboki people now, it has happened two places at Igruta and the one of Igruta and the one of Eleme Junction. You see, for me, they should, as they have arrested, the guy has been apprehended, they should kill him. And
you say what?
If yes, let the law kill him. The person that the convict.
You're making the pronouncement as if you're the law. Well, definitely at the end of the day, the law will take its course. Well, thank you very much, Chief Solomon.
No, let the law.
The law will take its course.
Yes.
Now that's
the
it.
Course is not a convict, not a suspect. This is convict. He has the law has convicted. This is obvious. He has been convicted already.
It will still follow the procedures and processes. Calm down. That's your time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So
that's your time.
I like the decision.
Hello, good evening. Hello. Okay. The law will take its course. I mean, legally, that's what it is. If he's been arrested, not if. He's been arrested. And so there is a process that has to be followed. And at the end of the day, it's the court that would make a pronouncement. Not you and I. It's the court that would make the pronouncement at the end of the day. But you can always say, in situations like this, especially family members, they will tell you, let's justice be done or be served. But that's the process that has to be followed. Otherwise, I mean, it's going to be a chaotic society. Just imagine that, we don't have people following the law, or we don't have people that are afraid of certain consequences. Life will be just so chaotic. It will be. All right, you're listening to Area Talk, Today 95.1 FM. So I don't know if it's deliberate or some of you are just evading the solution part. I know this is really troubling. It's tragic. We're talking about the loss of life. So it's easy to just dwell on the problem, on what has happened. Very easy to just go there and be very emotional about it, given. But if we need to reduce issues like this, then we must find ways forward. Which way forward? Very big question. What can be done? Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, my sister.
You're welcome.
Mr. Korea, please.
Welcome, Mr. Korea.
Yes. We are talking about security. You can see what is happening, and people are still talking with different views. Now, the issue of security is for everybody. But the question is that we are too temperament when something happens. Now, the issue of the group of something. Have we talked about, yes, what actually happened before the death of humanity? Is it true a bike was stolen by somebody? Is it true there's a crime before this incident? We should not be quick to take a decision of anything. Let us try to look at what is the fact of the matter. The fact of the matter that somebody's bike was stolen at a threat point. Now, are you aware that last year, an Hausa man was killed and bike was collected? Not even Hausa man, anybody who is driving bike, their life is risky. So where I'm concerned. Then one matter come like this, we have to be very careful. Is it true? These people, even some people who are driving any motor you are driving, your life in danger in night. Now, when this thing happened, these people went and reported to hospital people. Now,
Okay, yes, I know that you want to make reference to that, but we're dwelling on what happened at that oil mill axis. Yeah, because you don't have the luxury of time to do all of those.
Yes,
you have to,
I am. What I am saying, we should not be temperament in terms of any incident that happened.
Okay,
we should contact the police immediately when something happens.
Thank you very much.
When you say you want to handle the situation, you may go out of hand, and this is happening in the night. And you know, Okada, when one thing happens to Okada, thousands of Okada will come to defend themselves.
Okay.
And that's what is there.
Thank you.
We should be very, very careful action we take.
Thank you very much.
You
Thank you so much. Okay. Well, I mean, to avoid some form of escalation of situations, he said, when you see something like this, quickly you should involve the police. Because for some people, they will not involve the police. That's when you get to see stories of jungle justice. And it's really very important that thorough investigation is done. So you know the root cause, the remote, immediate cause, all of the causes that you want to attribute to the situation. You know exactly what led to the situation. Now, that would help you in figuring out probable solutions or solutions. This one, yes, it has happened. Tragic. But is there a way to prevent future occurrence? Absolutely. So, going beyond the problem. Oh, the problem is they did this. He was the one that did this one. He did that one. Going beyond all of that, is there a way you think that we can avoid situations like this? And that is really very important. Very important. And it's important that you say it. Except, well, you two, you don't have a solution. So you want to just dwell on the problem as well. But let's take some messages from the SMS portal. Hi, Faustina. The anger of these Northern brothers is just out of hand. Not all of them are angry now. Okay, well, maybe from the ones you have experienced. Okay. They have no regard for human life. They easily resort to violence over minor issues. They derive pleasure in shedding blood all the time. All the time. I wonder if this is their own upbringing or belief system. Who is giving them the mind to do all this evil? Because they are from a particular tribe. This is why governments and police have failed to act. My fear is that if this killing continues, it might lead to a reprisal attack. Mr. Lucky. Mr. Lucky. In as much as I understand that if you experience people do, let's say, 10 people, so if you experience 7 out of the 10 do something, you want to just say, oh, all of them, they do, they kill, they this. Well, that's it. That's what you want to, go by. But somewhere deep down, you just know that, well, there are exceptions. There are exceptions. But it's not to really dwell on that part of it. But the solution is really very important. Solution is really very important. Let's see. What's up? Okay. All right, this is 31 seconds. Yes, good to play. So I will play. Okay, just a moment.
Faustina, this is Moses on the line. This is one issue I have with the media. I mean, they try to cover things to protect one Nigeria, and one Nigeria is the problem. These guys go everywhere with dagger. Even in my hood, the neighborhood I stay, that's what they were saying in this morning. The people that are calling, I don't know them. I walk on the road, wheresoever you go, these guys, they will be the one to look for your trouble. Let's call a spade a spade. I know you might be trying to protect this station.
Okay. So if you're not here, you're not here. All right. So there are certain things that you too, you know. So if they tag your tribe, I'm sure you'd want to. If you're not part of it, you want to make exceptions, right? And the job of the media is not to escalate the tension. It's not. I mean, that's why in issues like this, you want to, go with police report. You don't want to, make generalization. It doesn't mean that someone did not die. Someone died. Right? But these are sensitive issues. So if we leave everything porous like this, do you think we still have one Nigeria like this? No. Not at all. All right. On Facebook, quickly, Friday Udom says, what should be done is to separate the people who share no same value system with us to separate. Always. Okay, ways. Here we value life. Chile Edwin says, the market master should anyone to know their boundaries and also monitor it, and not collection of levies and leaving the traders to start dragging for space, thereby killing themselves. Okay. Chama Mercy Richard says, all the Abokis need to be educated to at least primary 5 level. All I see is state of illiteracy. Rejoice Bright, these Northerners are too quick to anger and violence, but I thank God this time around it was not a... No, you cannot be doing this. It cannot be... Nah. A life is a life, you know that, right? Emma Kobasi said, a shift in mentality. Some of the Northerners don't really value their own lives. Talk less of another person's life. They are too quick to anger and destructions. Okay, Belma Fibika. It's all right. But that's it. Thank you very much. Now, in all of this, we would not be here talking about, the media is the problem, because we don't come here to say, so when you see like that, you kill them. Or that's absolutely not what the media will do. It's not. It's not. And I cannot come here and tell you that, all of them, they carry the dagger. Personally, if I see, I'll tell you, I saw this one, I've seen 2, I've seen 10, I've seen plenty. I've seen 20 that carried it. So if I did not see it, I'll not come and tell you that I've seen it. But if you've seen it, if it's your experience, you state it as your experience. And if you want to say, I've seen like 10 of them, or I've seen in my area, in fact, all of them, and I've seen all of them carry it. Well, you say your area, you've seen it. So this is not denying that the things that are happening, but at the end of the day, it's solution that we want. So if the right steps, right things are being done, we will not be pointing fingers at who is the cause of the whatever it is. No, if the right things are done, if the right systems are put in place, we will not be having these conversations. But then again, crime and human beings, well, it's a society we live in, and I don't know how possible it is that we can, do away with things, with crime and criminality. But there are certain crimes that you just know that if you put in the effort, if you put in the systems, those ones, you would never have to hear them again. Those particular ones. Or they would become minimal. Well, thank you so much. That's been Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. I'll take a break, and when I come back, I'll let you know, or let me know what is going on in your area. Your eyewitness report, what's happening in your area, what's been happening in your area, light issues, bad road issues, stealing of manhole covers, You let me know. Okay, stay with me. It is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We serve you the latest update on everything. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Have you ever been in a situation where you had to pay a fine for an indictment? Then you later found out that there was an already established law to protect you from that penalty. Have you ever been denied a position because of your gender or disability? Have you ever been discriminated, treated unfairly, assaulted or cheated by your landlord, employer, tax collectors, bank, family, business partners, and the police? What if the breach between you and justice is just the right knowledge? I'm sure you've heard that knowledge is power. Join us every Saturday, 10 to 10:30 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the program The Law Today, to get acquainted with your legal rights and beneficial interests as a citizen of Nigeria. The Law Today, 10 to 10:30 a.m. every Saturday, is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
All right, it is time for your eyewitness report, something you have seen, you have witnessed, that is of public importance. You want to share it right here on Today 95.1 FM. Maybe you were driving and then you saw a manhole, the cover has been stolen. You share with us where that is. And maybe it's a bad road, bad portions of the road that you want to share. Go ahead and let me know. Okay. It could be something else. Power issues. Power issues. NEPA. PHEDC. If that's been your trouble in your area, go ahead and let me know. And if there are other amenities, basic amenities that you lack in your area, you go ahead and let me know about it, okay? What's lacking? Is it potable water? Is it power supply? Do you want to tell me that since the inception of your community, you haven't seen a power supply? I mean, that's the reality of some communities. Some, they rely on sachet water, well, the ones that are well-to-do buy the water in bottle. And that's because the idea of pipe-borne water is not one that they can relate. It's not something they know about. I mean, there are some places that you go to, and when you have conversations with the people, they just cannot relate to certain basic amenities. And this is 2026. Yes, this century. Basic. They don't have it. And if you look around, I mean, I think that some people who, just make it their business of praising government because, well, that's a business of some people. Well, yeah, it's fantastic doing 100% job. Well done. Everything is fine. That's the business of some people. And I think those people need to go to certain areas. Because government and governance, it's not for the people in the metropolis. Where have you been in this river state? Because if you go to those areas and you come back, if you go there and you come back and then you're still praising the government 100%, or they are doing well, they have done a nice job, in fact, they are... Whoa. It then means you know that you're not telling the truth. You're just being economical with the truth. Or you just want to be politically correct. You just want to align. Go to some communities and maybe bring a child in that community. Maybe not really a child. Say a child of 10, thereabout. Bring them to the city and see how they behave. And see how they react to things. You just know that, now wow. So there are communities. They don't have any business with Third Road because they've not seen is bush path, they know. So if you're talking about Third Road, now you will be this now. Some, they've not seen, see tap, turn on the tap and water is flowing. It's none of their business because, well, the river is there. Or sachet water is there. The stream is there. Bank. For Sina. That's big deal now. Hospital. What they know is a certain person who comes with drugs of different colors. So when they are sick, they just their body they hurt. I don't know what's in they happen. Okay. They will now mix things and give to them. Oh, well, that's for those who think that they know that, well, there is such a thing as drug. Otherwise, herbs. So if you're talking about hospital, nothing concerned them with hospital. Some chemists, okay, yeah, some communities. Chemist. There's one nurse somewhere. Nurse Faustina. Or one doctor. Not like he's a doctor. Not like he's a certified medical doctor. But because he sells drugs, he has to be a doctor. So that's the first thing they know in that community. This is me painting a picture of some communities. Yes. And like I said earlier, development, basic amenities and all is not just for people in the metropolis or very close to the metropolis. It should be for everyone. I mean, certain things should be found in every community. For Sina, that's too much now. That's too much. Oh yeah. So when they begin to talk about, oh, I'm from this state too, so what's happening in your states? What are you enjoying in your states? Nothing. Some people tell you nothing. Certain interventions are not getting to certain communities and villages. Or have you been to a fishing port? It's not outside River State though. If you ask them, they'll tell you I'm from River State. It's River State. Why are you telling me development cannot get to everywhere? Okay, fine. But certain amenities should be everywhere. Certain. But anyways, what have you witnessed that you want to tell me about? The relevant authorities probably will be listening, so they do something about it. Bad roads, no power supply, no health facilities in your area. All right, 0810 9510 951. 0810-9510-951 and send a message to 0701-933-9962. Take a cue from when I say, okay, thank you very much, thank you so much. All right? Good evening. Hello? Okay, let's try this. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Sunday, calling from Telcott.
Welcome, Sunday. What's your eyewitness report?
Yes. But now, do you this?
You say what?
He just said all. I said, who do this to you?
Oh, well. I am painting a picture that I've seen in my life before.
Well, it's like you travel to my fishing port.
I've been there. I'm a manager girl.
Okay, okay, thank you. Well, when I see all these things, I believe, listen to you and I follow your footsteps, that any other like we still talking. If not, I feel that I'm tired of talking of all these things, complaining of all this. Because now election is coming. You see our interior fishing port, they will come, put their leg in mud. All those all those water side, they think they will put their leg. Just like this season, you see some of their walking sticks we lost inside the race. See, they will get to that place. But at the end of everything, they will say, we just us, which is very bad. I beg, they should try make sure that they give us spare latrine. Those ones that councillor used to give.
Latrine?
Yes, spare latrine. They should give it to us.
Okay, thank you.
I beg.
All right.
Thank you.
Good. Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
You're welcome.
Okay, my name is Tango Hansen from St. Community in Kana local government.
Okay, go on.
My eyewitness report is that I'm calling on the River State government, the River State Ministry of Education, to come to the aid of my community to comprehensive high schools. There's no teachers there. We don't have teachers. Our community primary
There's
school
none at all. Not even one.
No, we don't have single teacher. Our classroom says there's nothing to write home about.
So, but your student going to school?
Yes, students are still going to school.
So they'll just go there and play and come back?
They don't go there and sit there. Let it not be that they are going to school. So please let the River State government come to our community aid. The River State Ministry of Education, the River State Senior Secondary School Board should come to the aid of comprehensive high schools in Kanaluka government area. Please, they should help us.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Wow, I like the fact that you're just going straight to the point. Hello, good evening.
Good evening once again. It's Moses on the line.
Welcome, Moses.
Thank you. I don't know if this qualifies for the area talk contribution. I mentioned earlier on about the jet, the United States jet that landed in Bono. I don't know if that qualifies.
No.
All right.
Yes, issues in River State. Thank you very much. All right. So you want to look at your area, and tell us what you've witnessed in terms of development. Do you have good roads? Are the roads good? Do you want to complain about solar lights that you don't have? Or you didn't have, now you have? Well, you can call. That's your eyewitness report. Something you have seen. You've witnessed it. And if it's a problem, infrastructural problem, go ahead. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Faustina.
Yes, please.
I'm Otiwabeze, Ovogoman.
Ovogoman, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will not stop to talk the problem of my community, Ovogo, in Yamoka local government. It's as if we are not from River State. I'm telling you, I complain every day. Ovogo is just no thing to say Ovogo is from River State. For 13 years, no light, no NEPA light.
Do you have road?
I said it the other day.
Do you have road? Do you have road?
It's what I'm talking.
Card road.
It's what I'm talking now. Our road, I told you the other time that if you just come and investigate. During the time of rainy season, it's street, not even gallop, street. If you come to my village, you see broken legs of women and men. No light, no road, no health center. The health center that we have is filled with grasses and trees. They have taken one classroom in our primary school. That is where they attend their work. And it's once every Tuesday.
All right.
Once. We are begging the local government chairman, if the governor cannot do it, he should help us, Chief the Lord, doctor. He should help us now. Do we die before they bring all those things to this place? Are we not from River State?
You are from River State, Ovogoman. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that is my eyewitness. But let me step in.
Thank you. Ovogoman, that's your time. There's someone else calling at the moment. Thank you very much. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Faustina. My name is Honorable Gladwest, calling from Buguma City outside local government.
Okay, Honorable Gladwest.
Faustina, by His grace, outside as you are talking, we have power. There is power.
By Asari Toro, do you mean the entire local government area?
Yes, Asari Toro now.
The entire local government area, you have light?
Yes, about there are two communities that does not have light. Two communities.
So if you say you have, and then those two communities that don't have.
As I'm talking with you now, the headquarters, as I'm talking with you now, the two communities are vandals, people vandalize it, collected.
Okay, that's why they don't have power supply.
Yes, that is it. Not transformer problem. They vandalize it, collected some of these cables. Again, now our problem is the health center, the Buguma General Hospital. Getting over a decade now, it's not functioning. It's not functioning. It's only the mortuary, the morgue that is functioning there.
I think I remember you mentioning this, and it got me laughing.
What did you say?
I said, I think I remember you mentioning this, that it's just the mortuary that is functioning.
That is my problem. It's only the mortuary that is functioning year to year, the decades now.
Right.
We're getting to 10 years as we are talking. The primary school, some of the primary schools, they are dilapidated. Do you know that people roofed a primary school? I told you, nothing is being done about. But I'm happy I met the community chief just this morning. He went and registered the matter to police station now.
All right, Honorable Glasgow.
Police will take care of it.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Reminds me of is it that contractor? They gave the contract to Beauty Hospital and started with the mortuary. Why? Just why? Okay. Sometimes it feels like some of these people, some of these politicians, if they've given you one thing, if they provided one amenity for you, they feel like, no, you don't get this one. He's an nobody. Let's move on to the next person. But you see these things, everything. We're supposed to enjoy everything, no. We're supposed to enjoy everything. Everything basic. Hello, good evening.
Faustina, good evening. How are you?
Very well, thank you. That voice.
All right. This is Elder from you.
Welcome, Elder.
You see, Faustina, honestly speaking, I don't know what is wrong with this PHCN. Do you know that Oyiboban are not enjoying light at all? Surprisingly, do you know that in a whole day, these people can flash light 10 times? And each time they flash the light, maybe 2 minutes, they will take it. The one that lasted too much is 5 minutes. So I perceive maybe there's a fault. But this has been occurring all the time. There is no week on this planet Earth that this people does not do this nonsense. Sometimes the day it will enter there, maybe they will, if there's a fault, they will ratify it and the light will be steady for maybe 1 or 2 hours or 3 hours. That will be in the night. Then after that, if they, or any day, it entered their head and they gave you light for solid 5 hours, just watch what will happen the following day. The following day, they will now be dimming it as if there's spot. I began to wonder, even if there is spot, does it mean that they cannot ratify it once and for all? This will happen this month, it will happen next month, just repeatedly. Can you imagine? Since how many days now we don't have light? Surprisingly, this evening, as I'm talking to, they just flash it. Dim it just about 2 seconds, they take. And if you try to call, maybe some of them say there's a fault. What kind of fault is that? Are they not qualified technicians? Every time you come to Old About, you will see them patrolling with a pickup van, ladder up and down.
All right, thank you very much.
I don't know what is wrong with PSCN. I don't know whether they are hierarchy are aware that they are starving Oyibo urban up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that report. You see, this power issue is real. It's a real problem. It's a real problem. And that's because power supply is important, not just to individuals, but to the economy of a state. So when people have maybe near steady power supply or a steady power supply, you will see activities come alive. Businesses will begin to spring up. I mean, the people who would hitherto take to certain crimes, because, well, nothing to do at the moment now. But when there is power supply, some of those people would want to get involved in meaningful activities. They'll rather, there's power now, so I can set up a laundry, or I can set up a barber shop, so I can set up a salon and do something meaningful. It helps. It really does. But well, we still have the conversation about, national grid or no national grid. As a nation, we're struggling with power supply. And the states, even though they now have the opportunity to do something to key into the power sector, well, some of them, they've resorted to talking about or doing or playing politics other than, take advantage. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Chief Solomon.
Chief Solomon, go on.
You. How are you today?
Very well.
Okay. You see, this Bogoro road, we know say our governor has promised to see to be the work on it from now till October. So it's good when you start anything on time, you finish up on time because there is no time again. You see, if this road remain incomplete like this, if another rainy season comes, it will give problem. Not only the problem will not be only for the community, but for the river state entirely because it's an economical road. It's a road that even the governor can access to from here. They used to pass here to any other place they are going. You see, so it should come and complete this road.
All right.
And even our health center is incomplete. It has been there, been abandoned since after Amechi's administration.
Okay.
You see, so they should also come. And there is another big gutter here. You see, so the ministers are aware of that. So there are so many abandoned projects. Every day we keep on calling.
All right.
Look as if they don't listen.
Chief Solomon, thank you.
Let them start somewhere. And show us that they are our leaders.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so let's get to some messages. This one. Okay. Just coming in now. It should have been for what's on your mind, but this passes for eyewitness report, so I'll take it. There's a dead man on the road close to Choba Junction for a few days now. What are community health workers doing as regarding this? This is okay. Gideon from Choba. Thank you, Gideon. The mile 5 axis of the Edoha internal road in Ahoda East LGA that was abandoned by the NDDC since 2015 is now worse than a farm road. I beg NDDC to pity us and fix this road. This is from engineer Happy Godwin. Thank you very much. Say Rona, no lights at Tigrita since January till now. Let NEPA pity us now. There is God. Okay, so this is for Stella. Rona will be here the 9 o'clock hour. All right, thank you. Good evening, Faustina. There's a corpse lying in the middle of the road at Choba Junction since yesterday. Okay, since yesterday. To think that there are several businesses opened around there, a shopping mall, 2 eateries. Ooh. People going about their day like it's nothing. I just passed there this evening and I've never felt more disgusted. God. Anonymous from Choba. The people passing there, I'm sure they are telling themselves, what can we do now? This is where we pass, so we will pass. And it's not in our power to do anything about it. I'm sure that's why they are passing. That's what they are saying to themselves. And if you ask them, that's what they will tell you. But I hope that the necessary authorities would do something about it. Thank you for sending that eyewitness report in. Well, you can do same as well. You can send in your eyewitness report as a message via the SMS portal, or you can use the WhatsApp portal. The number for you to do that is 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. Or you can give me a call via the number 0810 9510 951. What is your eyewitness report? Tell me. Good evening.
Good evening,
Wonder for Jesus.
Sorry, good evening.
Good evening. How is the room of Arali?
Mine is very beautiful. Thank God for that.
Okay.
Since we enter February, I don't know what my done with NEPA. My page at NEPA B. My don't go NEPA dying. My is the local government. You know, the local government that make Port Harcourt, Obiakpo, local government and the Port Harcourt city. That's what makes Port Harcourt. Everybody pays a NEPA bill.
Nobody owes NEPA.
Nobody hold NEPA and nobody beat NEPA no more. Love NEPA, NEPA so much. Love NEPA so much. I'm telling you true. The peaceful community here that don't touch NEPA is no more. In that working on the political government here. I'm telling you true.
It's all right.
Room of honor pay NEPA B. Everybody pays the NEPA B. Since we enter February now, NEPA don't give us light in room of honor. What's NEPA problem? Room of honor is Port Harcourt. Everybody, even tenants and indigenous pay the NEPA bill.
Okay.
We don't hold NEPA down. We don't fight NEPA.
Right.
The peaceful community will come here and cut their light and go this way. It's room of honor. NEPA, since February now, NEPA don't give us light. What they do, they flash light.
Okay.
The flashlight that where they're flashing, will be a person you flash you. Please call me back. I don't have any.
Thank you. Wonderful, Jesus.
What's the problem? Now, let me complain about Deeper Life Road.
Quickly, do that in 2 seconds.
That Deeper Life Road and complain about since 2023. The former governor of Rivers State, which is my ethics minister, my leader, when Wike was
so the road is bad, right?
The road is bad.
Wonderful, Jesus.
Yes.
So that the next person can call, okay? Thank you. The road is bad. That Deeper Life Road. That explanation. Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, you're welcome. Turn off your listening device.
Hello, good evening. I'm Mommy B from Unity Estate, Enika.
Mommy B. Welcome.
Yes, Mommy B. Thank you. Nice work. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year
so
to you.
My complaint is also similar with this Honda for Jesus. So since it's February to date, we don't no light, no way to pump water. In the Unity and Enika here, Unity Estate here. And I hope that is so true at Enika, but more especially Unity Estate. We don't see no light, no flashing at all. You know, in fuel now is scarce. You know where to get. People who don't have generators. You can't pump water. There is no way to pump water. Please, you people should help us beg them. I don't know what is wrong with it. What is wrong in this our generation? We don't have light. Yeah, please.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So, yeah, thank you. So I'm sure that PHEDC is listening and smiling and saying, why are you guys calling us NEPA now? In fact, people are not talking to us. But the thing is, power supply, as I mentioned earlier, the entire country is struggling with power supply. I mean, I was having a conversation with someone, I think it was on Sunday, and was telling me how even a company is able to, generate certain amount of megawatts to run their company. But an entire country is struggling with how many now? 5,000 megawatts or less. And then we begin to talk about grid collapsing. And the villa, I think the last time they said they want to be off, sorry about that. They want to be off the national grid. So you see this power situation. And once again, if you're thinking that, well, PHED, blah, 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 and all, and maybe you, some way, somehow, you want to tie it and look at the federal government, that are not the federal government fault. Your state follow states. States can now do something about power supply. But they haven't. Maybe the time hasn't come for them to do something about it. Or maybe they really do not care. It's not really that important to them. That's why they've not really looked into it. But people should be able to get the supply that they pay for. And that's the reason some people tell you they pay for darkness. You come, you bring the bill, they don't see power supply, and then they get to pay. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Faustina, good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Andy, and I'm calling you from Isaiah.
Okay, Andy.
Faustina, I disagree with you. as regards that the state can go ahead to generate power for its environment. Then I want to ask you, if a father cannot give better education, better everything when it comes to life for a child to live, is it a stepfather that can give something?
So are you disagreeing with me because you know that it's a thing that states can now do something about power supply, or because the federal government isn't doing so the states cannot do? Is that your point of disagreement?
As a father, I have to put a step first before any other person can help. We know that our father is the federal government. We are very aware of that because every resources is being sent to them.
Okay, thank you. But the thing is, this is not your eyewitness report now.
No, I want to put up my own eyewitness report. You see this line? That's where I'm coming from.
No wonder.
We can see, as I speak with you, I am paying hell when it comes to solar. That's what we are saying in essence is, you see, I want to make this known to every one of us, each and every good Nigerian, because I know that there are still bad people. We should not forget what Tinubu said and told us, that if he cannot give us power, that we should not vote him. That if he cannot give us electricity, that I should not print for him. Meanwhile, I did not do that last time, and I wonder what will make me do it again. Okay. So I want to urge everybody, me as I speak with you, there is no light. And the funny thing is, you hear generators around your environment, your ears. The ears of my children are important to me. As I speak with you, where I say, can you hear it? If you have your ear, you will hear it.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Everybody is putting up generator.
Thank you.
So please, let's not vote him. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Okay. So I was just going to call up because I was thinking the states in my head, because I know that the last time Abia State was talking about the power issue, establishing the Abia State Electricity Regulatory Authority. I think Enugu State as well. Okay, so yes. These are states with active electricity regulation. States that have enacted laws and or received approval from NERC to regulate their own electricity markets. That's states. So some states are doing something about it. But yeah, I understand your argument that if the federal government is struggling, who are the states? But the states they are independent enough to do that. The states can do that and show the federal government that, look at you, yeah, this is, we've been able to do it. And these are sub-units. And so, why not? It's not on the larger scale. It's not the country. You know, sometimes when something is bigger, for example, if a family is large, for some people it's very hard to, regulate, control, and do whatever, manage. Yeah, let me say manage. Use the word manage the family. If it's smaller, well, it's easier for them to manage. So maybe this could be the case. But bottom line is that just in case you're thinking, oh yeah, the electricity market, NEPA, PHEDC, oh, the federal government is not doing enough. Include the states inside, include even the local governments inside, include all of them, put all of them together and blame them. Okay, thank you. All right, let's see some messages as we begin to wind down. State School Adoa in Ahoda East, LGA, was built by the former Governor Rotimi Amechi, that was not completed, is now without a single roofing sheet, and the environment is as bushy as an evil forest. So I'm calling on the River State government to pity the peoples and fix the roof. This is from Engineer Godwin Happy. Oh, okay. All right, quickly dial in and let me know what your eyewitness report is. But let me take this message. Good evening, today's radio. Okay, Today FM. My name is Victor and I'm writing to you from Ajib Estate, Rumeme. NEPA prepared to us and retrieved the former one. And they reset this new one with areas on the meter. In some compounds, some faces have 1 million and above, 800k, 600k. Now, when we subscribe 10k, 10,000 naira, you will only have 22 units, but the areas remain the same. Meanwhile, they are cutting your units. So please tell PHED to tell us why this kind of robbery. Thank you. Okay. So you began with NEPA and you ended with PHED. It's all right. I mean, sometimes these issues are really, really twisted. Of course, I mean, the PHEDC people, they have all of the knowledge to be able to explain these issues to us. Final call. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Faustina.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yeah, good evening.
All right.
I've tried on this night, I've been busy my call.
I've not been busy in anybody's call. The line has been busy.
This my eyewitness is this. We go direct to Rumapa Sunday School. In the front of that school, along that east road, these are bookies that used to pick all these dirty things. They build one this in there, one church house there, then pack all those going robbers. Dirty in the front of that school. And there's a dump of dirty also there. And the principal of that school is not talking anything. Because we are hearing it, the are booking one time we thought we had they move that and have somebody to death. I'm going to the Commissioner for Education University, I'm going to state government and the Commissioner for Police. Let them go in the front of that school and demolish all those things that are there. Okay. Now they have used the tapu to be brushed inside that school. They are keeping there. Let them enter there. So that's my argument.
All right. What's the school again? What's the name of the school?
Community secondary school along the eastern school there by Michigan there.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening, Lady Frosty. My eyewitness is my community Tera Owe. I hope I got that correctly, which is in the same clan with this present local government chairman of Kana LGA. Faustina just 1.5 kilometers from his community to mind, but we have no good road, no light, and a dilapidated primary school. Okay. And then good evening, Frosty Nation. Uniport Security Unit attention is needed at their fence along Alu Road, diagonal to Fountain Suite, before Demonstration Secondary School. Suspected criminals have made passable big hole to penetrate the university illegally. Uniport Security Unit should act now. This is from Rex. Okay, so they bore a hole somewhere to get into the school. Oh, wow. Well, I hope the security is listening and then they'll go and check it out and find a way to close it up before we begin to hear stories. I don't want to read about certain stories. Okay. But that's the essence, you know. You see something, you say something of public importance, you see it and you say it, so the relevant authorities can swing into action to do something about the issues that you bring to the radio. Well, that's been Eyewitness Report on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Coming up next is the Global Sports Update Show, and Rona will be here from 9 to take you on a journey till close down. My name is Faustina Oputu. Thank you so much for your calls and your messages. And to you who just are listening to Today 95.1 FM, thank you so very much.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio. It's a Monday, and I bid you warm welcome to a week that portends good tidings for every one of us. It is Global Sports Update. My name is Godwin Enakana. On this edition, the week starter, we're taking a look on speaking with somebody who has been everywhere football is played in Nigeria and even beyond. From being a coach of different club sites in Nigeria, the big club sites in Nigeria, to coaching the youth teams of Nigeria, and of course being part of the backroom staff of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and at some point a deputy technical director of Nigerian Football Federation. Who is this gentleman? My name is Godwin Enakena. When I come back from this breaker, I will tell you exactly who we have waiting to talk to us all the way from England. Welcome back. I'm going straight to England, where Paul Aigbobo is waiting to talk to us. Does he need any introduction? Of course, no, for those who follow football in our country. Paul, thank you so much for joining us on this edition of Global Sports Update.
Hello, my chairman, Mr. Gordon. Really nice to speak to you. It's been a while, and it's a pleasure to be on your program today. Thanks so much.
The first question expectedly will be, Coach Paul Aigbobo, where have you been? You've been so quiet.
Oh, hi. Yes, I think it's a question a lot of people have been asking about. I was working, as you well know, with Sporting Lagos, and then also with the team in Denmark. I was who are now in Division 1 in Denmark. We got them promoted to Division 1 in Denmark, which went great. But then, unfortunately, due to some family circumstances, I had to end up coming back to the UK to spend a lot more time with my family. So I guess I've been devoting a bit more time at the moment to family, which is also very important. As you know, for many years in our job, you're always on the road. But sometimes when family calls, then you need. It's so important that you're around with the family, especially your children. So yes, so that's what I've been doing at the moment. So I'm back in UK with the family, and I must say it's nice to be with them, even if it's not in the right circumstances.
Good to know. Nothing like family. Paul Aigbobo, are you done with coaching?
Oh no, of course not. I mean, coaching has been my life. Football in general has been my life. From a player, I transmitted into becoming a player coach at the age of 28, very, very young. And if you look at, I'm now in my 50s, so if you look at that, I've been coaching probably for over 20-something years. So it's my daily breath, as I would say. But it's just, sometimes you have to take a little bit of time out, but now I'm fully ready, I'm fully recharged, and ready to go, while at the same time doing a few courses here, also to keep up to date. As you know, it's very important in any job you're in to continuously educate yourself. But no, I don't think I'll ever be done with coaching. It's my passion, especially developmental for football, and especially when over the years you get success. Not always, sometimes it's tough, but it's as you know, it's addictive, and nothing gives me more pleasure than to actually be involved on a daily basis with the team, and see the players develop and grow. So no, I guess the answer is no, I'm not.
I've heard a lot of persons say that Coach Paul Aigbobo is one of the big coaches in Nigeria in terms of knowledge and achievement. I want you to tell us, the listener wants to know, how did coaching start for you? And maybe talk us through the achievements that people point at each time they talk about Coach Paul Aigbobo.
Yes, I know. The name big coach, I'm not sure, because there's a lot of fantastic coaches in Nigeria. I've been there for a while, but I guess I was opportune to coach some of the best teams at the time, or train them with the help of a lot of people, the people in charge and everything, into the best teams. And I would like to state, nothing can be gained on your own. It takes a team around you, which is so important. But coaching actually started for me in the north of England at Oldham, while as a player. At 26, I started my coaching badges, and at the age of 29, I think I was the youngest, if not one of the youngest people to hold an A license in the United Kingdom. From Oldham, I got the opportunity to move to Bury, in charge of the under 19s who were the young full-time players, and also as the deputy again, academy director. Moving on from there, I went to Wales to coach in the League of Wales as a player coach. I was still playing, and from there I got the opportunity to go to the United States in the USL League, which is a league below the organization below the MLS. And I remained there with San Francisco Seals for 5 years almost in the same team. 2008, I finally retired at the age of 38. And then it was a chance meeting I had with a friend of mine, Mr. Imo from Nigeria, who asked if I'd be interested to coach in Nigeria. I thought, wow, this would be really interesting to come home, because I hadn't been to Nigeria for 12 years previously. And I went to coach Gabros in Inui. I did well there. I got on well with the chairman, and then from there he recommended me to Mr. Amateur Penny, who was at Warri Wolves at the time. Warri Wolves had just won promotion the year before, and by the grace of God and by the help of all the people and all the staff around me, we turned Warri Wolves, I think anybody can remember, into a force there in Nigeria, finishing, I think, twice second and third in the league, and then qualifying for Europe, and then moved from there to South Africa. I was in South Africa for a season and a half, and then I got the opportunity to come to Ayimba. When I came back to Ayimba, we won the FA Cup at Ayimba, and then, funny enough, I left Ayimba back to Warri Wolves again. I mean, I coached Warri Wolves for, I think, maybe the only coach for about 4 years, and at Ayimba on 3 or 4 different occasions. I think being the first time when I was there for a team to qualify for the group stage in any of the continental cups for the first time in 8 years. So for that, I would also like to thank Mr. Felix Ayansi and Mr. Jude, who I worked with and who really helped me build the Ayimba into something, or bring them back to what they were. From there, we then qualified, as I said, and we got to I think it was the semi-final of the CAF. Of which stage I got the prestigious offer to coach the Nigerian under-20 national team, which was amazing. I'm so grateful for the opportunity. We qualified, we got to the final of the RAFU, we qualified for the World Cup, I think, but did okay in the World Cup, but unfortunately we went out to Senegal in the World Cup, and then got asked to go to the All-African Games, which is then an under-23 tournament, and we got to the final where we lost to Burkina Faso in the final. So these are a lot of really monumental times and interesting times. And then from there, I got asked, I was offered the immense privilege and opportunity to become the Deputy Technical Director of the Federation, which is a huge honor, and I want to thank the Nigerian Football Association for that opportunity. And then I was then on the staff, or on the technical staff with Coach Rowe before when Rowe left, and then I was then asked to go on the coaching staff with Coach Egwabon for the AFCON. So it was great. My time in Nigeria was fantastic. But we know everything has come to an end, and I got the offer to coach a team in Denmark in the 2nd division, which was a good opportunity for me to come back to Europe. Unfortunately, the team eventually had financial issues, and the team, it didn't work out. It actually went bankrupt. But it gave me an insight into football in Scandinavia. Having played in Norway as a player many years back, and then from there I actually got the immense offer also to help develop sport in Lagos, which was a great opportunity, which I know you're aware because I shared it with you, Chairman, being the chairman there. We set up the academy there, which went fantastic. I think it's still striving. And then we also partnered with a team in Denmark, who were in the 2nd division, of which my role was to act in a technical capacity with both clubs, and we were able to get the team in Aarhus promoted for the first time in almost 20 years to the top division. So I guess that's been my career up to date before I had to take a little bit of time out. So yeah, I know a bit long-winded, but yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Wow. Coach Paul Aigbogun, you were the Deputy Technical Director of Nigerian Football Federation. You were part of the backroom staff of General. Then, when he left and Augustine Egwavon took over, you were still part of the backroom staff. Why did you leave these positions, especially that of Deputy Technical Director, for an offer in Denmark?
Yes, I mean, being the deputy technical director of a team like Nigeria is a immense honor, massive honor. I never thought it would happen, and I'm so proud. And I equated to being like a technical director of one of the top 5 teams in Europe. But as I said, my biggest joy, my biggest drive is always to coach, and not only to coach, is to improve players. I mean, if I go through the beginning of my career, even at Barry, I mean, I worked with players such as Dave Nugent, who went on to play for England, Colin Kazim Richards, played in the Premier League in England, went on to play for Turkey in the World Cup. I mean, that's to name a few in Nigeria. You look at Etebo, you know, you look at Victor Boniface, you know, Akko Adams, I remember Akko when he came to under 20. He was in our first cohort of under 20 before he left for Europe, and then again came to play for us in the World Cup. You know, so many of these players, you know, who have gone on. I think of that team, maybe about 8 players from the under 20 team that have gone on to play for the Super Eagles. You know, so when I look at these things, and then it's what when you look back, I guess when you're an old man, by the grace of God, staying at home, then you look back and these are your pride and joy. You know, when you can count on these players and talk about, I mean, Igor, another one who was in the Nations Cup as well. So my biggest drive to go to Denmark, to answer that question, was to get back into coaching again and to coach in Europe. You know, and particularly in that team, I actually made it a point of view or a point of focus rather, to bring in young African players. We had about 6 or 7 young African players, some from Senegal, some from Nigeria, and it was to prove a point with African players, which I think is so important that we give African players a chance when we have the opportunity. So yes, unfortunately it didn't work out. It didn't work out, and not through the team, but just basically through some administration processes that weren't aligned with the federation. So yeah, that was the main thing. Yes, my drive to coach, because I think the next best thing to playing is to coach.
Paul Aibogun and yours truly have just started a long story that is very, very interesting. There's so much he needs to tell you. That is, if you stick with us for the next 2 days, we'll be back tomorrow for the concluding part of this conversation that I started today with Coach Paul Aibogun. My name is Godwin Enak, and I will see you again tomorrow. God bless Nigeria.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
medicine they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quarterly man, correct specialistic ogbonge herbal medicine there. We know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine we pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbaruba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of three types that can afflict men. But of these three, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge change because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make efforts to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and provide solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Thank you all.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine when they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country health care system. Quatliman, correct becalistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Obarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. There was a sound that told our stories, a rhythm that made our fathers dance and our mothers smile. Welcome to The Thrill, a musical journey through time where legends live on and new stars shine. Join us from Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the ultimate high life musical show. Don't just listen, feel the music. High life lives here.
Many people say
Finally, let me just say this, right? Finally, we can breathe. I hope we can breathe now. The whole red and white season has ended, Abby. If you know what I mean, the whole red, white season has ended. So we can breathe now and go about our day and go about. I mean, they oppressed us a lot too. Me especially, the oppression was too much, but I survived. Thank God for survival. And thank God because, the pressure did not really get to me to the point that, I'll lose it. But yes, I'm back here and we're going to have a conversation that is around the fire that happened at Singer Market in Kano State. Yeah. And according to the news reports, right, a fire happened sometime around the first week of February this year in that same market. So this is happening again. It's like a repetition of the inferno. Barely 2 weeks after the first one, the second one happening. And there's a question of why is that market always burning? What are the factors? What is responsible for this fire outbreak that happened and is happening again? Is it that the first time it happened, measures were not taken to ensure that it doesn't repeat itself? That it now happened again? Anyway, all those questions are, as I'm asking those questions at this point, I don't even know. But that's not what we're focusing on right now, okay? The fire has happened. The damage has been done. The destruction has happened. The goods that were lost, the shops that were burnt down, the buildings that were destroyed, it has happened already. So, why did it happen now? How did it happen? Well, maybe it could be a solution to so that it doesn't happen for the third time and there's no occurrence again. But we're not focusing on that tonight. We're focusing on a little succor or comfort administered to the people, the traders that their shops were destroyed and the victims of the fire outbreak. There seems to be a little comfort and a little succor for them, being that the President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, has approved the 5 billion naira, money to the victims of that fire outbreak in Kano State, the Singer Market. Now, this money has been released to them, and this was made known during the sympathy visit by the Vice President Kashim Shettima, an approval of 5 billion to the victims. Someone might just say, oh, the fire happened. It's after fire happened that they are releasing 5 billion naira to these people. Why did they not do something that will prevent it? Or what happened? What transpired? Would they have released this money to upgrade the markets, to improve the infrastructure there, to develop the markets more, to invest on the traders? They are sending this money now because a tragedy struck. That's another question and another talk. Let's focus on this relief. And let me say the 5 billion naira is like relief material to the victims of this fire. What do you think about it? Let me read through the news so you have a background story of what, that is about. Please stay with us. naira donation that the federal government gave to victims of the Kano market fire. Right? The federal government donated 5 billion naira to victims of the devastating fire that razed part of Single Market in Kano on Saturday, bringing immediate relief to hundreds of affected traders. I mean, that's a huge, and this is something huge. That's a huge amount of money. Not like, oh, it can really help them recover everything that was damaged and destroyed or gutted in the fire, but it's a bit of a relief, right? I mean, the goods destroyed, the shops, the houses, and the places that were damaged were worth a lot of millions of naira. It could even be worth more than that amount. But, I mean, this is a little succor, like I said, to the victims. There's a report that Vice President Kashim Shettima disclosed the donation during a sympathy visit to the market on Monday. Speaking in Kano, Shettima said the intervention aims to help victims rebuild their businesses and restore economic activity in the market, because that's really going to affect the livelihood of a lot of people in Kano State, a lot of traders, a lot of buyers, a lot of people who live around there. It's also going to affect the economic activity right there, because it's a very popular market and a very large one at that, right? President Bola Ahmed has approved the sum of 5 billion naira to support the traders affected by the market fire. The federal government stands with you in this moment of hardship and will continue to provide support necessary, the vice president said. The visit followed last week's fire outbreak. Like I said, that same market was gutted with fire some weeks ago. We destroyed goods and properties worth billions of naira, leaving many traders in distress, describing the incident as a national tragedy. You know, sometime I brought up a news about why is it that tragedy has to happen first? Is it that tragedy has to happen first before comfort is brought, before measures are taken to help? Why can't these measures be taken before tragedy strikes? You know, why can't we have these things happen before something bad happens? Must something bad happen first before, you know, good things or relief or comfort are brought to us as Nigerians? I asked that question and I still did not get the answer to that though. Now, he says that the loss is a big loss, not only for Kano State, but to the entire federation. The vice president, who was accompanied by the governors of Jigawa State, Kebbi, and Imo, offered prayers for the victims and prayed to Almighty Allah to prevent the recurrence of such disasters in the future. You know, is it when we're trying to prevent disasters and trying to make sure that certain things do not reoccur, is it just prayers that would make it not happen? You know, we have this religious mindset as Nigerians that, God forbid, it will not happen to me. In the name of Jesus, it will not happen to me. It's not me. It's not my portion. It's not my family member's portion. It will not happen. You know, while it's not bad to be prayerful or to pray, right? But there are certain things that you need to do. Actions need to be taken. So while you're having faith and having belief and hope that something will not reoccur, you know, you should also take actions to ensure that that thing will really not occur again. I mean, if you're trying to prevent a fire outbreak in your house, maybe your gas exploded or something, or there was a spark or in your sockets or extensions or your bulb, or there was a breach in the circuit or something. After that happens, will you just say, it will not happen again, it will not be my portion again, and you let it rest? If you do not try to find out what even caused the fire, you know, try to check your connections, your extension box, and every other thing that connects electricity to your house, and try to see where there was a breach, try to get better wires and everything. If you don't take those actions, chances are, if you leave things the way they were, or you leave things years before the fire happened, chances of it happening again and again and again is really high up there. I mean, this fire happened first week of February. This is happening now. This is the second week of February that we're in. In a space of 2 weeks, fire, you know, damaging a market twice. That's something to think about. That's something to look into. That's something to be concerned and wary of. In his remarks, the chairman of the Single Market Traders Association, Junaid Zakari, expressed gratitude to the federal government for what he described as a timely and generous gesture. Do you think it's a generous and a timely gesture? I want to know what you think about it. He pledged that the funds would be used judiciously to support affected members and help restore business activities in the historic market. What are your thoughts? What do you think? First off, the donation and the Yes, the donation of the federal government to the victims of this market, 5 billion naira. Then this fire that happened barely 2 weeks occurring again. What are your thoughts? And then yes, it's a bit timely and relief to the victims, but prayers made only. Don't you think there are other things they can do to ensure that the chairman of the Traders Association just said that the 5 billion naira will be put into judicious use to ensure that traders get back to business, economic activity resumes and begins. Are there more that should be done so that we don't come back and say this is the third time a fire is happening again in this market? There's so much pain when you're replacing something instead of adding to it. I mean, if that money was given to the traders or the market, right, to better improve the market, better create more shops and stores, improve the infrastructure and development of the place, add more facility, more, what's the word now? But yeah, make sure that there's stable electricity in that market, make sure that there's running water, ensure that there is convenience in different strategic places of the market, build more of those things in the market. If that money was allocated to it to improve, the economic activity there, wouldn't it be better? And it will even yield more results, better results. It's more beneficial when you're adding to something than replacing something that is condemned already. I'll open the phone lines after a 5-minute song break so we can share our thoughts and give our opinions. I really want to know what you think about this money released, approved by the president to the victims of the inferno in the single market, Kano State. After the 5-minute song break, we'll be back to take calls, text messages, WhatsApp messages. Voice notes are allowed too, right? And I'll definitely play them. Please stay with us. with you on the line. All right, 0810 951 951. That's the number to call to be a part of the show. Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you, Rona.
Yes, welcome. Good evening.
Robin Maja, the farmer.
All right, go ahead, please, Robin Maja.
The federal government, if you ask me, they are only joking with Nigeria. They are going to give 5 billion, according to what you read now, as donation. That's a market that was gutted by fire twice within 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Rona, from Eleme Junction to Onne, it has taken this government 3 years running. They are unable to repair that road. Will it cost them up to that 5 billion? Rona, as we speak, there's a market in my one that was built by the former governor, FCC minister. It's on that lock and key, serving in the present government. They are joking with Nigerians. They just feel that we are louts, we are fools. Market got burnt twice in 2 weeks. They are going to donate. Rona, I didn't hear you read that. Maybe I didn't listen to you earlier. Are you aware that you are told that about 7 people got missing in that market?
Yes. They are missing persons, yeah.
So how are they going to account that? How much are they going to give to the families of those 7 that are missing? That's to me that they are burnt.
I think they'll have to give us updates on that if they really maybe they die.
The federal government of Nigeria are joking with Nigerians. They don't care about us.
All right.
The 5 billion they are giving to them in that market now, where is it coming from? Delta. It's coming from here. From this place, from here, nowhere else. It's oil.
All right.
They are joking with us. But let them continue to joke. The canopy will soon collapse on us all. Thank you. God
all right.
God bless you. I'm blessed today, FM.
Amen. Thank you for sharing your opinion. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Sarina. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right. Go ahead.
Rona, have you had any state that was caught in fire? There was a fire disaster.
No,
apart from this present donation that the federal government helped them to donate a particular amount of money, have you ever had in the whole of Nigeria?
None that I can recall.
Okay, but you have been hearing of fire disaster in different states of the federation. What am I trying to say? This country doesn't show that we are one. I'm telling you, the way the federal government is behaving, it doesn't show that when something happens in a particular place, you will see the way they will react, different from when it happens in another place. Because all this while we have been having series of fire in River State, in other states of the Federation. Federal government has never come to the aid of those states. Now they have quickly rushed to donate 5 billion naira. And we have other projects. I'm not saying that the donation is bad though, but understand what I'm saying. Now it has happened in Kano. Because politics is around the corner, they have quickly rushed to donate 5 billion so that they will now get the attention of the Northerners that yes, the federal government is on their side. So what I'm saying is that what is good for the geese is also good for the gander.
All right.
Not when it happens in another area, in another country, another state, different from the north. Then they will not keep here as if they did not hear. Thank you very much. Innocent is my name.
All right, thank you. Thank you for sharing what you think about that. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Rona.
Yes, please.
This is Honorable Chris Oakley. I'm calling from Port Harcourt. Let me tell you the character of Nigerian politicians. As we pray, God help us to stay alive today and tomorrow and live. Politicians, especially during campaign time, election, politicians are looking for opportunity like this. Even if their own prayer self will be let everybody die so that they can go there and play politics. Or let there be burial somewhere. You see Nigerian politicians coming to I assure you, is it not the same thing let Buhari keep on saying? I assure you that with these people that are killing people, they will not kill again. I assure you. So that's the character of Nigerian politicians.
Right.
Burial, anything bad news. That's their
So
where
you're saying
thrive.
they thrive
That's their business.
in tragedy.
Anything bad news is for Nigerian politicians.
You.
If they do naming ceremony, they see them.
That's a very funny opinion, no? But I mean that's your opinion, right? Okay. Hello, good evening. Yes, this is she. Welcome. Good evening to you.
I don't know. I hope I'm not mistaken. Is it the same market that God took our 500 million from years back?
That they took our 500 million?
Some years back, well, our governor went to,
I don't know that one, though, if it's the same market they took 500 million naira to. I'm talking about recent information, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's nothing but political.
So that donation is not just about the well-being of the people?
No, it's not about. This government will never do anything for the well-being of the people. This is a government that is all about politics. Anything and everything it does is just nothing but about politics. You understand? So the donation is, for me, I see it as vote buying.
Oh.
It's vote buying technique or strategy. Because elections are around the corner and you see the whatever everywhere, the city boys are being inaugurated, the city girls, all this thing, buy here. And yet you had as much as 4 years at least to prove yourself. The work that you have done is supposed to be what should be campaigning for you, not to buying people and buying everything with taxpayers' money. The things that development and infrastructure are supposed to give to the people, you are not giving to the people because election time is around. Now you are looking, spreading, spending our money anyhow. And who has mouth to say? It's just political and nothing more.
All right. Thank you for sharing. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, my girl.
Yeah, welcome. Hey, please move away from the listening device. All right, I think you've done that. Go ahead, please.
My dear, you know why Nobo and Wike, they don't give chances. I don't like this any other thing, no, but I like them for that utilizing of opportunity. They like to utilize every opportunity that comes out. Say fear of Kano in terms of voting strength is the beginning of
so you think
election in Nigeria.
It's a political strategy?
I'm trying to tell you. That is this thing now he did now. He have gone there to break down both Pankwasia group and all those kind of. He's trying to drag and get a kind of support from there against 2027. It's not that he's doing it sympathetically, please.
But it was stated that it's a sympathy visit, though.
Is it?
It was stated that it's a sympathy visit. They went to sympathize. And,
no problem. I'll beg you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for sharing your opinion on that one. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
This is Lucky from Rumola.
Okay, go ahead, please.
The 5 billion naira that
yes, so 5 billion
Oga Tinubu gave is not because he felt the pain. Let's say ourselves the truth. When it comes to votes or voting strength in Nigeria entirely, Kano possess more strength than any other state you can think of. When it comes to even the number. So this is just a strategy. You can just go and vote by.
All right. Thanks for sharing. Now, the people that are of the opinion that it is a strategic or a political move, what would you have preferred they do? I mean, with this fire incident, right? What would you have preferred? That they do not, respond to it, or not show concern, or not, make a donation? Would that mean if they had done it differently, would that have meant that, okay, this is not a political strategy than this donation that, they did? And some of people of the opinion that it's a political thing. Was there any other way they could have, showed concern? Hello, good evening.
Evening.
Yes, please.
My name is Sandra Hansen from the Community Internal Local Government. I want to ask this market now, is it a federal market?
It's a very popular market in Canada. I think the major markets there.
Yes, I know now, but it's the responsibility of the governor, the state governor, to take care of any market in the state. Now, what the federal government did today is assisting them because they had issues. Or the governor, are you aware if the governor has written any letter to the president to come and assist them in fixing that market before now?
Well, maybe that was not stated, so we really don't know if they've begged them to come and make a donation.
So the federal government, they did well by assisting the victims of that fireborn.
Okay. All right, thank you. 0810-951-0951. A few more minutes to wrap up the show. Okay, I think I'll just take some text messages here and come back to calls if time permits. And then there's a voice note here. All right, okay. Honorable Chris have said it all. That is just the character of Nigerian politicians. Please forget about the statement of empathy. To crown it all, that is a simple way of vote buying. Honorable Malon. WhatsApp messages. Can I do this one? The market that Rivers State contributed, which the caller asked about, is Sokoto, when Tambuwa was governor there, and Wike was Rivers governor. Okay. We can all see the politics that is at play. Who is going to investigate the burning of the market twice within 2 weeks? The government is now looking for sympathy votes by buying the people of Kano towards an election that is still far to predict. And even if they investigate, nothing will still come out. Jay from Ajip. Is this voice note on this matter? Okay, I don't think that one is. All right, a few more minutes to wrap up. Okay. Okay, I just saw the picture that you sent though. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to be a part of the show. What do you think about this? The donation made by the federal government to the burning of the Singa market twice in 2 weeks. That's a lot of damage. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, welcome.
Good evening once more.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, this is Akodiche calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay.
Why is it that when federal government will look like they are so interested to their citizens or they want to show love is when evil or bad thing happen? Do you know that since I was born, this country, no one have shown me love, but the federal government, whereby there is oil in my backyard, they are sucking it every day. Imagine, as a Niger Delta guy, I cannot proud of having a country that take care of its citizens or her citizens. Despite the money they are squandering, using up and down, looting, stealing, there is no one they think of giving out to a good citizen of the country. Even ordinary malaria tablets that we're supposed to go to hospital and get freely, federal government are not interested in that. What they are after is how to even suck the one we have. The little one we are struggling of. The little one we are bad to manage. They will use systematic way to strategize by taxation to see that they suck it out from us. MTN will suck from you. Bank will take from you. In all corners. Is this only this country I discover and I find out that the leader are planning evil to their citizens, not to progress. Is in this country, only this country. Check other countries, you find out that their leader are trying to make sure that they survive or they get to their next dimension of life. But in this country, I don't know the type of country we find ourselves. Our leaders, so evil and so wicked. God should help us. Because I've not seen a country like this. You just make a call. Your call will not get through. MTN have redoors. MTN have collected their own.
All right, thank you.
Everybody is waiting.
Thank you for sharing your opinion. Got it already. Hello, good evening.
Rona.
Yes, please.
My house burned 2011 here in River State. I can't very precisely. I'm not giving you fire. Government, they send people to that very day, they asked me, what is your name? I say, what and what did you lose? I say, they collected everything. I say, till today. They didn't even ask me, did you later get one room or you later get better or you later till now? So is it the people? Why is it that it's only one set of people that the Nigerian government love or like? So when I'm saying it, I know why I'm saying this. So nobody should defend government because of maybe your data, they are paying you 20,000 naira. We know what we are saying. Stop this, defending government. Let us say it the way it is. Till today, they never asked me, did you buy spoon? Till today, they didn't even help me to quench you. They fired these people that came from my one. Till today, they end up, they never even asked me whether I'm alive or not.
All right, thank you for sharing that one. At this point, it's almost feeling like, okay. Let's take some comments on Facebook. This one says, Charlie Man Obianoze says he's doing campaign. Zilos Basti Etim says, political season, more fire is coming. You guys should get ready. I beg you. Emma Imako Basi says 5 billion for market people while campaign bosses is over 400 billion. 2027 will come and go. All right, that's the much I can do on the show. Thank you so much for being a part of the show, participating, calling, texting, sending your messages and your comments. Okay, let me quickly just squeeze this one in. Good evening, presenter. Visit Wozi Chokochoeche. There's nothing wrong with such gesture, but if it happens to other states, can they also do the same thing? Vincent Wozi. All right, thank you all so much for your contributions. I appreciate it. And on this dial today on 5.1 FM, we appreciate it. Have a very good evening.
FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News in Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. President Bola Tinubu pledges continued fight against banditry across Nigeria. Senate urges North Central Development Commission to prioritize agriculture. Federal High Court schedules hearing on suit seeking deregistration of ADC. On the foreign scene, Kurdish authorities release 34 Australian relatives of ISIL fighters. Details shortly. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to defeating banditry and terrorism that have plagued several parts of Nigeria. The president made the remarks in Yola while commissioning development projects initiated by Umaru Fintiri-led Adamawa state government. He specifically lauded the efforts of the armed forces of Nigeria, pledging full support for their operations. The president commended Governor Fintiri for the state government's projects, describing them as the reflection of commitment to local development and improved living standards for citizens. Tinubu praised Nuhu Ribadu, the National Security Advisor from Adamawa State, for his role in strengthening national security. The president also assured Nigerians of his continued service and sacrifice, emphasizing that national security and development remain central to his administration's agenda. The National Assembly has expressed full support for the proposed 1.54 trillion naira 2026 budget of the Nigerian Army, pledging legislative backing and decisive action to address persistent delays in the release of appropriated funds. Lawmakers described the proposal as vital to strengthening national security and sustaining military operations nationwide. At a joint budget defense session in Abuja, the Senate and House Committees on Army endorsed the proposal presented by the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu. Members of the both chambers said the allocation is necessary to enhance operational effectiveness and improve the welfare of troops engaged in counter-insurgency and other security missions. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Army, Abdulaziz Yaradua, said lawmakers were satisfied with the Army's projections after extensive deliberations. He acknowledged that delays in the fund releases remain a systemic challenge affecting ministries, departments, and agencies, including the military, but assured the Army of legislative collaboration to ensure smoother implementation of the budget. The Senate has called on the management of North Central Development Commission (NCDC) to focus on agriculture and security as key priorities in its 2026 budget. The directive came from the title ZAM, chairman of the Senate Committee on NCDC, during the Commission's budget defense. The committee initially held a closed session to review the proposed 140 billion naira budget, after which ZAM stated that the estimates were largely relevant and useful for the development of the North Central region. He emphasized that expenditures should align with the mission's mandates to ensure that allocated resources translate into tangible benefits for residents. ZAM highlighted sectors such as agriculture, security, health, education, public infrastructure, and other social services as crucial for development. The Senate also expressed dissatisfaction with the implementation of the capital component of the 2025 budget, citing broader national challenges in budget execution. After review of the 2026 budget estimate of 140 billion naira, the committee concluded that it should be appropriated and utilized for the region's development. Meanwhile, the senator representing Kogi Central, Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, has raised concerns what she described as ongoing marginalization in the Senate, following her alleged exclusion from the Senate Committee on the North Central Development Commission. The issue arose amid scrutiny of committee appointment in the 10th National Assembly, where membership is seen as key for legislative influence, oversight, and constituency representation. Akpoti-Uduaghan reportedly discovered her omission from the committee's official attendance list when she arrived to participate in a scheduled meeting. Seeking clarification, she approached the committee clerk, but was told the clerk was in the office of the committee chairman, Titus Zam. An exchange reportedly ensued, with Akpoti-Uduaghan alleging that the chairman cited instructions from higher authorities for her exclusion, though no further details were given. Akpoti-Uduaghan described the incident as part of a recurring pattern of marginalization, emphasizing that all senators are constitutionally equal in status and mandate. The senator reaffirmed her commitment to fairness and institutional integrity, stating that she would continue to advocate for equitable treatment whenever legislative rights are compromised. The Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed February 24, 2026 to begin hearing a suit seeking to compel the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to deregister the African Democratic Congress (ADC) and other opposition parties. The parties targeted in the suit also include the Accord Party, Zenith Labour Party, and Action Alliance. The suit filed by the Incorporated Trustees of the National Forum of Former Legislators (NFFL) alleged that the listed parties have consistently failed to meet minimum electoral performance thresholds as stipulated by the 1999 Constitution as amended and the Electoral Act 2022. The plaintiffs argued that the parties' continued recognition undermines constitutional provisions and electoral integrity. According to the NFFL, the affected parties did not meet statutory benchmarks, including securing at least 25% of votes in the presidential election in any state. winning a local government area in a governorship election, or obtaining at least one seat in elections from councillorship to the National Assembly. The plaintiff argued that allowing the parties to participate in the 2027 general elections without meeting constitutional threshold would clutter the ballot, overstretch administrative resources, and mislead voters. The matter has been assigned to Justice Peter Lifu for adjudication. The federal government has filed a 3-count charge against former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai over the alleged unlawful interception of communications belonging to the National Security Advisor, NSA, Nuhu Ribadu. The charges, instituted through the Department of State Services (DSS), were filed at the Federal High Court of Nigeria, Abuja Judicial Division. The development follows remarks made by El-Rufai during a television program where the former governor allegedly admitted that he and unnamed associates listened to telephone conversations of the NSA after the line had been tapped by a third party. In count 1 of the charge, the federal government alleged that El-Rufai admitted to unlawfully intercepting the NSA's phone communications, an offense said to be contrary to and punishable under Section 12, subsection 1 of the Cybercrimes Prohibition Prevention, etc. Amendment Act 2024. Count 2 accuses him of failing to report individuals allegedly involved in the unlawful interception to relevant security agencies, contrary to Section 27B of the same Act. Meanwhile, Count 3 charges alleges that El-Rufai and others still at large used technical equipment or systems to compromise public safety and national security, in violation of Section 131, subsection 2 of the Nigerian Communications Act 2003. The case is expected to proceed before the Federal High Court in Abuja, where further legal arguments will determine the next steps in the high-profile prosecution. Meanwhile, the former Kaduna State Governor, Nasir El-Rufai, has honored an invitation of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) in Abuja in connection with the ongoing investigations into alleged corruption during his tenure. The spokesperson for the commission, Dele Oyewale, confirmed that El-Rufai reported to the agency's headquarters and is being questioned by investigators over his administration of Kaduna State. The development followed the probe by the Kaduna State House of Assembly, which constituted an ad hoc committee to examine the financial dealings and contractual liabilities of El-Rufai's government. The committee's chairman, Henry Zachariah, alleged that several loans secured under the former governor were either not used for their intended purposes or were obtained without due process. Speaker of the Assembly, Yusuf Liman, further alleged that about 423 billion naira was siphoned during the administration, leaving the state burdened with significant liabilities. The committee recommended the investigation and prosecution of El-Rufai for some former cabinet members for alleged abuse of office, diversion of public funds, and money laundering. You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The Chief Judge of Rivers State, Justice Simeon Chibuzo Amadi, has announced the suspension of all court sittings across the state from Monday, 16 February to Friday, 20th February 2026. The directive communicated in a circular to all branch chairmen of the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, in the state, aims to facilitate special judicial activities during the week. The suspension is necessitated by the special panels set up by the President of the Court of Appeal to address the backlog of appeals at the Port Harcourt Division of the Court of Appeal. According to the circular signed by the Chief Registrar of the High Court, David Ihuama Doenyi, some of these special panels will sit within the Port Harcourt Judicial Division as part of the decongestion exercise. The circular also states that the mandatory information and communication technology ICT training program will be conducted for judges, magistrates, registrars, and legal research assistants across the state. The training will run concurrently with the suspension from today to Friday, 20th February 2026, and is aimed at improving efficiency and the administration of justice in Rivers State. Residents of Ibimina Polo community at Creek Road, Bile, Bonny, and Nembe waterfront in Port Harcourt have appealed to River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara to intervene in addressing pressing social amenities affecting residents and businesses in the area. The chairman of the Community Development Committee, Alakbabia Tobin, made the appeal in an interview with Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo, where he urged the state government to extend ongoing development efforts to waterfront communities. Alapakabia Tobin called on the governor to include the business community in his Operation Zero Pothole initiative and other developmental projects, noting that the Bimina Polo waterfront remains underserved despite its economic importance. He identified major challenges confronting residents and traders to include lack of potable drinking water, inadequate solar-powered street lighting, absence of fire service facilities, and poor sanitation infrastructure, especially around the Bile, Bonny, Nembe terminal area.
Toilets. It has given birth to increase in open defecation where there is no standard toilet that the community can use. It's a very big problem to us. Please, we need the assistance. Now that Operation Zero Pothole has moved to the St. Jude areas, we want to use this privilege to appeal to you to provide these amenities for us. A standard toilet for the people of the Biminapolo community, which comprise the Bile, Bonny, Nembe waterfront. We also need fire service facilities in case of any fire incident so that people can enjoy these facilities. So we are appealing to you, please assist us and provide these amenities for us.
According to him, the construction of public toilet facilities would help curb open defecation, reduce health risk, and improve environmental hygiene within Creek Road Market and adjoining areas. Tobin further explained that the installation of solar street lights would strengthen security in the waterfront, enabling residents to collaborate effectively with security agencies in combating crime and criminal activities.
On behalf of the community, the chiefs, and the entire stakeholders, and the good people of the Binapolo community, we need this tap water to run for us. Our community has no water. We don't have a toilet. We don't have water that we can even connect the host community. We don't have solar lights within that area. And these are also adding to the increase in the criminal activities of the area. From the Creek Road Axis down to the waterfront community, from the Yamzu Axis down to the Bile, Pone, Nembe, there are no street lights. And it's a very big problem to us. So it will also help us identify some criminal elements in the night. And it will also help the Nigerian Navy post, the police post there, the military formation there, to at least combat some issues if solar lights are provided for the community and the business terminal area.
It might interest you to know that the waterfront has recorded incessant fire outbreak following some activities in the area. The chairman of Rupokurusi Town Hall Council, Chief O.C. Wosu, has condemned a tragic incident that occurred along the Oyemi-Elimi junction, resulting in loss of lives and destruction of goods. In an interview with Today FM's Sandra Kenneth, Chief Wosu clarified that the incident did not take place inside the Rumukurushi oil mill market, but in the privately owned market facility along the same axis. He expressed displeasure over the event and urged leaders of all ethnic groups in the community to call themselves to order, maintain peace, and avoid further escalation. Chief Wosu noted that while crimes cannot be attributed to any particular ethnic group, they must be addressed collectively.
It took the intervention of Nigerian police, the military men, to come and bring the situation to normalcy. It's quite unfortunate that people that came to the state, to our community, to do business, have now turned the place to a war ground, to a situation where they will now use our community, our market, as a settlement ground. The incident actually took place in a private market, not oil mill market. There is this adjoining markets around oil mill. And then all over the social media, the people keep flying falsehood, saying that the information, the oil mill, it's not oil mill. It's on this strength, therefore, that I am warning any other community that are doing business should please endeavor not to turn the place to a war zone. We will not allow that. If it continues, we are going to ban that community.
He also stressed that the council is committed to unity and hospitality, but warned that legal action, including the banishment of any criminal elements, will be taken against anyone threatening community peace. Chief also commended the Nigerian police force for their swift response, while also calling for enhanced security measures to prevent future incidents.
Thank the Nigerian police force, other military that intervened yesterday to quell the situation. In fact, I want to thank them and then encourage them to continue to be on top of their game. I use this opportunity to warn the outside community. Enough is enough. Recently, it happened in Igruta. Yesterday, it's in Rumokursi. Enough is enough. If the outside community refuses to address this matter and stop this act of violence, we are going to ensure that we ban them from our community. Some of this is, like I said, is avoidable. You cannot at all times take up arms to kill your fellow citizens. It's unacceptable.
On the foreign scene, Kurdish authorities in northern Syria have released 34 Australian relatives of suspected Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, ISIL fighters who had been detained at the Roj camp. Officials said the group would travel to Damascus before being flown to Australia. Hakme Ibrahim, a director at the Roj camp, confirmed that 11 Australian families have been handed over to relatives who travelled to Syria to facilitate their release. Thousands of individuals with alleged links to ISIL have been held in Roj and the larger Ahol camp since the group lost its final territorial stronghold in Syria in 2019. Control of Ahol shifted last month after Syrian government forces clashed with the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces (SDF), resulting in Damascus seizing most of the territory in northeastern Syria previously administered by Kurdish-led authorities. The Australian government said it is not actively repatriating citizens from Syria, but confirmed that security agencies are closely monitoring developments. In a statement, the officials stressed that any returning Australians affected, suspected of committing crimes, would face investigation and prosecution. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. President Bola Tinubu has pledged continued fight against banditry across the country. The Senate has urged the North Central Development Commission to prioritize agriculture. We told you that the Federal High Court in Abuja has scheduled hearing a suit seeking the deregistration of ADC and other opposition political parties. On the foreign scene, you also heard that the Kurdish-led authorities have released 34 Australian relatives of ISIL fighters. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Okori. For comments and inquiries, please call 081-8389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Many thanks for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
A very good evening to you. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. African Union adopts resolution calling slavery and colonialism genocide. Zambia closes borders to South African livestock amid FMD outbreak. Ghana seeks extradition of Russian man over secret sex videos. Iran FM arrives in Geneva for U.S. talks. Now the news in details. African Union leaders meeting at a 2-day summit in Addis Ababa have adopted a resolution that describes slavery, deportation and colonialism as genocide and crimes against the people of Africa. Mahmoud Ali Yusuf also called for an end to what he called extermination of the Palestinian people. Member states also agreed to designate November 30 as the African Day of Tribute to African martyrs and victims of the transatlantic slave trade, colonization and apartheid. They said they would keep the issue under review and work together towards the recognition of the resolution at the international level. The death toll from Cyclone Jezani, which slammed into Madagascar's east coast on February 10, has risen to 59, with 15 people still missing and more than 16,000 displaced. Most fatalities occurred in Toamasina, Madagascar's second-largest city of 400,000, where the cyclone made landfall with winds reaching 250 kilometers per hour. The destruction is extensive, approximately 25,000 homes destroyed, 27,000 flooded, and over 200 classrooms wrecked. The city now operates on just 5% of its electricity and remains without running water. Zambia has slammed its border to shut all South African livestock and related products in an urgent biosecurity move as a devastating foot and mouth disease (FMD) outbreak spreads across South Africa, prompting Pretoria to declare national disaster. The Zambian Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock announced the suspension with immediate effect, revoking all previously issued import permits. The ban extends beyond live animals to include livestock feeds, trophies, skins, hides, and cloven-hoofed animal products, such as dairy, unless strict mitigation measures are implemented. Transit of live animals from South Africa through Zambia has also been halted. The drastic measure follows President Cyril Ramaphosa's declaration of the FMD crisis as a national disaster during his State of the Nation address. Ghana has announced plans to seek extradition of a Russian national accused of secretly filming intimate encounters with several women and posting the footage online without their permission. The man, described in African and Russian media as a self-proclaimed pickup artist and blogger in his 30s, is alleged to have traveled to Ghana and recorded his interactions with women using concealed equipment. Some report claims he used camera-fitted sunglasses to capture the videos and later shared them on social media platforms. However, Ghanaian officials have not confirmed the specific method used. Technology Minister Sam George told newsmen that he had summoned Russian ambassador to Accra for discussions over the matter. He said the suspect's action would amount to a breach of Ghana's cybercrime legislation. Muslims across Egypt are preparing for the start of the holy month of Ramadan, but at the Sayyida Zainab market in Cairo's old Islamic neighborhood, prices of goods are definitely high and increase every year compared to the previous year, so demand is low. Traders are doing what they can to provide for customers with different budgets, but shopkeepers say they have to think of the bottom line and can't lower prices any further without losing money. Away from Africa to the rest of the world, Ukrainian officials have left for Geneva, Switzerland, when another round of negotiations aimed at ending the war with Russia is set to take place. The Geneva talks follow 2 rounds of the United States brokered negotiations held in the United Arab Emirates in January and early February. The January meeting marked the first direct public talks between Moscow and Kiev on a plan proposed by the Trump administration to end the conflict, which started with Russia invading its neighboring country in February 2022. Russia and Ukraine described both rounds of talks as constructive, but failed to achieve any breakthrough. However, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he hoped the trilateral talks in Geneva would be serious, substantive, and helpful for everyone. The Kremlin has strongly rejected an assessment by 5 European countries that the Russian state killed jailed opposition leader Alexei Navalny by poisoning him. Navalny, President Vladimir Putin's fiercest domestic opponent for years, died in an Arctic prison colony on February 16, 2024, while serving a 19-year sentence for extremism, a charge he and his supporters said was punishment for his opposition work. The United Kingdom, France, Germany, the Netherlands, and Sweden issued a joint statement saying they believed he had been poisoned with epipatidine, a toxin found in poisoned dart frogs, and that the Russian state had the means, motive, and opportunity to administer it. His comments came as dozens of Navalny's supporters and some foreign diplomats visited his grave in Moscow to mark the anniversary of his death. Meanwhile, Russian authorities designated Navalny and his organization extremist before his death at the age of 47, and anyone who mentions him or his exiled anti-corruption foundation is liable for prosecution. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has arrived in Geneva for high-stakes second round of nuclear talks with the United States, aimed at reducing tensions and averting new military confrontation that Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has warned could turn into a regional conflict. Araghchi met with Rafael Grossi, the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, after saying his team of nuclear experts expected a deep technical discussion. The United States nuclear watchdog has been calling for access to Iran's main nuclear facilities that were bombed by the U.S. and Israel during the 12-day war in June. Tehran has also said that there might be a risk of radiation, so an official protocol is required to carry out the unprecedented task of inspecting highly enriched uranium ostensibly buried under the rubble. United States military forces have boarded an oil tanker in the Indian Ocean linked to Venezuelan crude exports, the Pentagon said, after tracking it across the Atlantic from the Caribbean Sea. The vessel, identified as the Panama-flagged Veronica 3, was interdicted in a maritime operation described as a risk of it, maritime interdiction, and boarding under international procedures. Officials said the tanker attempted to evade a U.S. blockade of sanctioned vessels imposed late last year by President Donald Trump. The Pentagon posted on X that the Veronica 3 tried to slip away from enforcement, but was tracked from the Caribbean to the Indian Ocean before being stopped. The Veronica 3 is listed on the U.S. sanctions tied to Iranian-linked shipping networks by the Office of Foreign Assets Control and has been carrying nearly 2 million barrels of crude and fuel oil. The latest boarding follows similar actions against the sanctioned tankers in the region, including the interdiction of the Aquila II. A global artificial intelligence summit is set to begin in New Delhi, tackling major issues from job disruption to child safety, amid experts warning that the summit's broad focus may limit concrete commitments from world leaders. According to Indian government, the 5-day AI Impact Summit aims to define a shared roadmap for global AI governance and collaboration. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate the summit, highlighting India's rapid progress in science and technology and the potential of its youth. The event, the fourth annual international gathering on AI after meetings in Paris, Seoul, and Bletchley, is expected to draw 250,000 participants, including 20 national leaders, 45 ministerial delegations, and tech CEOs. This year marks the first time the summit is hosted by a developing country, reflecting India's rise in global AI competitiveness, now ranked third after surpassing South Korea and Japan. The Israeli government has approved the proposal to register large areas of the occupied West Bank as state property for the first time since the Israeli occupation of the territory in 1967. Israel Public Broadcaster said the proposal was submitted by far-right Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, Justice Minister Yariv Levin, and Defense Minister Israel Katz. Smotrich said that they are continuing the settlement revolution to control all other lands. Most Palestinian land is formally registered because it is a long, complicated process that Israel stopped in 1967. Registration of land establishes permanent ownership. International law states that an occupying power cannot confiscate land in occupied territories. That story from Israel concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Uloma Nwusu of the news department. But before we go, here is a summary of the stories that made the headline. African Union has adopted a resolution calling slavery and colonialism genocide. You heard that Zambia has closed its borders to South African livestock amid FMD outbreak. We told you that Ghana seeks extradition of Russian national over alleged secret sex video scandals. And finally, Iran FM has arrived in Geneva for U.S. talks. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
BBC World Service. I'm Nkechi Obunna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. A media investigation says Sudan's Rapid Support Forces have built a training camp in western Ethiopia. What does it mean for Ethiopia's stance on the Sudan war?
Now, Ethiopia had historically been neutral, but there has been, I have to say, unconfirmed allegations up until now that Ethiopia is slowly getting sucked in.
And in Ghana, how Ebo Taylor, the legendary highlife singer who recently passed on, inspired the next generation of Ghanaian musicians.
So hearing the kind of things he says in his songs and the kind of instruments he uses in the music he does, I was picking a lot of ideas and I was learning a lot from the kind of music he made at the time.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News, I'm John Shea. Arab countries and the European Union have condemned Israeli plans to push forward with the registration of parts of the occupied West Bank as Israeli state land. The move will pave the way for further settlement expansion in the Palestinian territory. Decades-old regulations barring non-Muslims from buying land in the West Bank will no longer apply. From Jerusalem, Yolande Nell explains.
Large swathes of the occupied West Bank will be registered officially for the first time since 1967. That's when Israel captured the West Bank from Jordan in the 1967 war. It went on to occupy it. Now, the Israeli Foreign Ministry is presenting this as being something that is really just administrative or bringing order. But you do have Israeli ministers who are making clear that this is the latest step to really try to deepen their hold on the West Bank.
Germany's foreign minister has criticised defence spending in France as insufficient. Johann Wadephul said that France needs to do more to reach the agreed goal of spending 5% of GDP on security in Europe. He said President Macron had been right to talk repeatedly about the pursuit of European sovereignty, but that French efforts had so far been insufficient. Mr. Wadephul again rejected calls by European partners to finance the EU's defence efforts. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said President Trump is deeply committed to the success of the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. Speaking after talks in Budapest, Mr. Rubio said the good relationship between the two leaders had ushered in a golden age for both their countries.
The role you play geopolitically, the role you play even outside of this region in affairs involving the Middle East is invaluable and indispensable, and we are very appreciative of it. And that's why after traveling to Munich for the security conference, I wanted to make sure we paid a visit here to continue to build on this relationship.
Mr. Orban faces a general election in April and is currently trailing in most polls. Industrial action is continuing to cause widespread delays at Kenya's main airport. Both domestic and international flights have been held up by several hours. Passengers have been told that air traffic controllers are clearing only a limited number of takeoff slots each hour. The Kenya Civil Aviation Authority says it's working to stabilise operations. Richard Kagoya reports.
Departing flights from Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, one of Africa's busiest transport hubs, have been delayed by up to 4 hours. Some passengers say they have remained seated inside aircraft for extended periods as pilots wait for departure clearance from air traffic control. Inside the terminal, crowds of travellers stand in long lines while others sit on the floor anxiously waiting for updates on their flights. Kenya Airways, the airport's largest operator, has advised passengers to expect schedule adjustments, including delays.
World News from the BBC. Medics in Sudan say a drone strike by the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces has killed 3 people and wounded 7 others at a hospital in Sennar state. The Sudan Doctors Network said it's the latest in a series of attacks. The details from Temesgen Debesai.
Sunday's strike on Al-Mazmoum Hospital in southeast Sudan was the 4th attack on medical facilities this month by the Rapid Support Forces. The World Health Organization earlier reported more than 30 deaths from similar strikes in the Kordofan region. The Sudan Doctors Network condemned the assaults as violations of international laws prohibiting attacks on medical facilities and personnel. The strikes have increasingly targeted civilian infrastructure, including power stations, schools and markets.
The Nigerian government is taking legal action against a prominent opposition politician after he said he'd hacked the phone of the president's national security advisor. Nasir El-Rufai said in a television interview on Friday that he knew the official was targeting him as a result of listening to his phone call. Heavy rain and snow in the Alps have led to a series of avalanches. 2 snowboarders were killed in Tyrol province in western Austria, while 2 skiers were killed in Italy on Sunday. In Switzerland, an avalanche derailed a commuter train, injuring 5 people and closing a tunnel that's a key north-south route through the mountains. There have been dozens of deaths in the Alps so far this season. The YouTuber Logan Paul has sold a rare Pokemon card for a record-breaking $16.5 million. The sum is more than 3 times the amount Paul paid for the collector's item several years ago. Only about 40 of the Pikachu Illustrator cards are known to exist. The winning bidder was the American venture capitalist A.J. Scaramucci. He said the purchase was only the beginning of a hunt for various valuables. And that's the latest BBC World News.
Hey there! Welcome to Focus on Africa. I am Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi. Nearly 3 years since the beginning of the war in Sudan, we look at the role neighboring countries play in the conflict.
And now with alleged involvement of Ethiopia, if at all true, you could effectively say that you have 4-5 countries in one way or the other, or at least in different degrees of involvement in this conflict. So this is really one to watch out for, and its consequences are those that we could regret in not so long.
And Ghana continues to mourn the death of high-life legend Ebo Taylor. We speak to Jackie, the country's songbird, on how the musician's passing has impacted the music industry.
So hearing some of the elements in his sound, and one thing about Ebo Taylor is he's very keen on storytelling. So hearing the kind of things he says in his songs and the kind of instruments he uses in the music he does, I was picking a lot of ideas and I was learning a lot from the kind of music he made at the time.
It's Monday, February 16th. An investigation by the Reuters news agency has revealed the existence of a secret training camp allegedly used by the Rapid Support Forces in western Ethiopia, near the border with Sudan. Reuters released satellite images which showed construction in a newly cleared forested area. They say construction of the camp started early last year. According to the news agency, a senior Ethiopian government official said the camp was financed by the United Arab Emirates. Experts say this would be the first time Ethiopia has been linked to the war between the Rapid Support Forces and the Sudan Armed Forces, which has been ongoing for nearly 3 years. Ethiopia now joins the list of Sudan's neighbors, also accused of taking sides in the conflict. To help break this down, I spoke with Moses Crispus Okello, a senior researcher for the Horn of Africa Security Analysis Program with the Institute for Security Studies. The war in Sudan has been going on since April 2023. Could you give us a quick reminder of who the two warring parties are and why exactly they are fighting?
Sudan is a catastrophic African story. In April 2023, two formerly associated generals, that's General Burhan and General Hemeti of the Rapid Support Forces, started a war against each other, having worked together for close to 2 years. And this war starts because the Sudanese armed forces, headed by Burhan, and the Rapid Support Forces, headed by Hemeti, were due to reintegrate their forces, combine their forces into one. But Hemeti was a bit hesitant to go with that. So he rebelled and started a war in Khartoum in 15th of April 2023. While 15th of April 2023 stands out as the beginning of this particular conflict, in fact, evidence that a conflict of this nature would erupt was available pretty much at the time that Bashir appointed these two individuals. So this was practically the end of a relationship that started with Bashir, but whose fallout was pretty much foreseeable. But somehow the international community, the African region, just did not put in the effort that was required to ameliorate it, effectively splitting the country into two: the West under Hemeti and the East under Burhan, with the areas of Kordofan standing more or less as the borderlines between East and West.
We want to look at the various regional powers and how they are involved in this war, specifically looking at Egypt, Chad, and Ethiopia. What role have these countries played, firstly, when it comes to dealing with the humanitarian crisis that's unfolding in the country?
Kechi, before you come to the regional powers, you have to know that this war is one war among many that is going on in Sudan at the moment, right? It overshadows conflicts that involve the other forces, the SPLM North of Al-Hilu, the Darfur forces and the like. So it's somewhat tricky to jump into the other forces, other external forces, without looking first into the internal dynamics of Sudan. On the other, obviously, when the conflict broke out in April, many of Sudan's neighbors got sucked in one way or the other. Chad, in particular, became a part of this conflict when it started to provide back channel or back routes into the Darfur areas for the RSF. You've got Libya, which has a role to play. It's providing bases. You've got Egypt. Egypt has a somewhat double-barreled role in the conflict in that it's allied to one of the forces, that is the Sudanese armed forces on the one hand, but on the other it's also spearheading at least two different forms of mediation efforts, one as a country neighbor in Sudan and the other as a part of the Quad, this entity created by Egypt, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and the US as a mediation forum. Recent and slightly tricky entrant into this conversation is Ethiopia. Now, Ethiopia had historically been neutral in the conflict in Sudan, but there has been, I have to say, unconfirmed allegations up until now that Ethiopia is slowly getting sucked in.
You're talking about a recent investigation by Reuters news agency that said Ethiopia has allowed for the construction of an RSF training base in Ethiopia. Is that correct?
Yes, Mkechi. A few days ago, Reuters released a report, a rather damning report, alleging the involvement of the Ethiopian government by the provision of space to construct a camp. This is in the Benshangul area of Ethiopia. Supposedly, the camp was supposed to be for training RSF forces, but the report itself suggests that a number of the folks who were being trained in that camp were actually Ethiopians, alongside a handful of South Sudanese and RSF forces.
Right, Moses. Is this the first time Ethiopia has been accused of direct involvement in the war?
Pretty much so. Pretty much so.
And how is Chad involved or accused of being involved?
For the longest time, especially during the beginning of this war, Chad was accused of providing a rare base for the RSF. The accusation was that RSF equipment, including those notorious technicals, the so-called 4x4 Land Rovers that are used in these desert areas, were being funneled into the conflict through the Darfur area, coming through Jamena, Chad's capital, and the border between Chad and Sudan. So hosts refugees, Sudanese refugees. So in some ways, deliberately or not, it's a part of the war theater.
And you mentioned earlier Egypt was also fingered by us supporting the Sudanese armed forces, which are the SAF. Has there been any evidence to this, and what has Cairo said in response to these allegations?
Cairo, interestingly, does not deny its affiliation with the Sudanese armed forces. From pretty much the beginning of this conflict, Cairo has explicitly stated that it's in favor of a stable regime in Sudan, which by that it meant it's in favor of the Sudanese armed forces under Burhan. But more recently, Cairo has stated, and this is particularly after the fall of El-Fasher, that they have a strong interest in what goes on in Sudan and are therefore going to do everything possible to ensure that institutions of Sudan, that was the language used, that the institutions of Sudan do not fail. And Cairo is chair of the African Union Peace and Security Council. Cairo's role in trying to reintegrate the Sudanese armed forces, or at least the leadership of the Sudanese armed forces, back into the AU is quite prominent. So it's no longer in dispute which side Cairo stands in this conflict.
You explained that they are the head of the AU Security Council, but they are also a member of the four-country group known as the Quad, alongside the US, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. Have there been any efforts to broker peace between the SAF and the RSF, maybe spearheaded by Egypt or even the Quad? Are we seeing any move to solve this conflict?
Yes, Nkechi. Sometime in the middle of 2025, an entity called the Quad got created. This is basically the four countries that have probably the most interest in Sudan. And they include Egypt, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates. You recall that United Arab Emirates is allegedly associated with the Rapid Support Forces, although they deny that. And the last country in that configuration is the United States. So this is the entity that has been created by these countries to try and mediate the conflict in Sudan. They are believed to be the countries that also have the most influence on the Sudanese fighting forces, on the belligerent forces in Sudan. And Egypt is a part of that. Interestingly, the demeanor of this Quad is mostly outward-looking, meaning a meeting of countries trying to chart a way for how to resolve the conflict in Sudan. Whereas, in fact, what would have been helpful is for these countries to look inward within themselves to try and find a middle ground between their own interests and how those interests lay over the conflict in Sudan. And obviously, being a number of influential countries, the Quad's activities have somewhat created competition with other mediation processes, with other mediation tracks in Sudan. So the Quad is in competition with the African Union process, and it's also in competition with the so-called Quintet. The Quintet is a group of multilateral entities that are trying to address this conflict. Those entities include United Nations, African Union, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, and interestingly, the European Union. So the architecture
The UN has said the war in Sudan is the worst humanitarian crisis that is currently ongoing. Could you give us a scale of the impacts of this humanitarian crisis and what that does for regional stability as it concerns the neighboring countries?
In terms of scale, Mkechi, displacement into all the countries neighboring Sudan is massive, with South Sudan interestingly taking a sizable number of refugees, and so is Chad and Ethiopia. There's refugees also going into Cairo, so there's massive displacement taking place, but a good chunk of it is happening within the country, so much so that it's estimated that anything between 14 and 16 million people have left their homes. Some of this is most severe now in the areas of Kordofans, the two Kordofans, North and South Kordofan and Darfur. There's a lot of displacement going on there. At some point early last year, early 2025, displacement was taking place alongside the spread of disease, cholera. Cholera was killing massively. It's almost impossible to put a figure to what happened, but those two catastrophes intersposed. Right now, a famine is raging in Sudan, and it's believed that the food systems in Sudan are pretty much heading towards collapse. And that's horrible from a humanitarian perspective. Now, in terms of the implications of this conflict to regional stability, this might well be the conflict that unravels the Horn of Africa. As you will know, Sudan is at the center of a war corridor that starts from West Africa, passing through the Sahel and heads to the Red Sea. So in a sense, it also sucks in the Red Sea conflict dynamic, which then includes Yemen. The conflict in Sudan is also sucking in, or at least overlapping with the conflict involving Eritrea and Ethiopia. So in a way, this conflict has the potential to generate a conflagration that will be extremely difficult to manage. I mean, already part of its economic dimension is jeopardizing stability in Juba. And now with alleged involvement of Ethiopia, if at all true, you could effectively say that you have 4-5 countries in one way or the other, or at least in different degrees of involvement in this conflict. So this is really one to watch out for, and its consequences are those that we could regret in not so long.
Many thanks to Moses Crispus Okello. We wrote to the Ethiopian government for a comment and we're yet to hear back. Chad and the United Arab Emirates have repeatedly denied playing a part in the atrocities in Sudan. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. The passing of Ghanaian highlife legend Ebo Taylor on the 7th of February has prompted an outpouring of tributes from across Africa and the diaspora. A pioneer whose music blended tradition, political consciousness, and global sound, Ebo Taylor helped refine an era and shaped how Ghanaian music traveled the world. Now, if you've never heard of highlife music genre, or even Ebo himself, we asked Godwin Asediba, our colleague from Ghana, to explain it all to you.
High Life is one of West Africa's defining sounds, a Ghana-born blend of traditional rhythms, jazzy brass beats, and Caribbean influences. It's celebratory, danceable, and rooted in storytelling and community. It's music that's meant to bring people together. Ebo Taylor understood that spirit deeply. He pushed the genre forward, fusing with funk and Afrobeat, creating a style that felt rooted in home, yet open to the world. That openness helped his music travel far beyond West Africa, defining Ghana's modern sound while inspiring artists around the world. Decades after the release, his recordings found new life when international artists such as Usher, Black Eyed Peas, Currency, and Vic Mensa sampled his sounds. Yet, his legacy is bigger than influence or innovation. Taylor represented continuity, honoring tradition while welcoming change. He mentored musicians, shaped studio sounds, and helped define modern Ghanaian popular music. Listening back today, his work celebrates life itself, which is fitting for an artist whose career was defined by generosity, curiosity, and groove. Ebo Taylor leaves a catalogue that continues to connect generations, a reminder that high life is not just a genre, but a living conversation carried forward in rhythm and song.
Many thanks to Godwin Asediba. As Ghana and the world reflect on Ebo Taylor's life, the questions go beyond mourning to legacy. I caught up with Ghanaian singer Jackie and spoke about the loss lineage and what Ebo's passing means for artists of her generation?
I would say I really felt something different. It was something that was like a striking feeling, like all my days, we really lost somebody who has been a part of a lot of people's childhood memories. Because growing up, my dad used to play a lot of his songs, and a lot of African homes and Ghanaian homes here. People really used to play his music. They still do anyway. So hearing that somebody that has been a part of my childhood memory wasn't with us anymore, it was an emotional news that reached me and reached the people of Ghana as well.
You spoke about your dad playing his music, when you were growing up. Did his work influence your own musical journey in any way at all?
Yes, it did, 100%. You know how I was saying earlier that when we were kids, right, my dad used to play a lot of high life music, and Ebotele's music was one of his top favorite songs to play at home. So hearing some of the elements in his sound, and one thing about Ebotele is he's very keen on storytelling. So hearing the kind of things he says in his songs and the kind of instruments he uses in the music he does, I was picking a lot of ideas and I was learning a lot from the kind of music he made at the time. And that has influenced some of the songs that I've recorded, unreleased and released as well in recent times.
And your dad, Nana Achampong, is also a household name because he's a high life legend himself. Even though he belongs to a different generation, has he said anything about his passing?
Yes. My dad was actually the one that mentioned it to me. We were on a call having a conversation, and then he was like, "Oh, do you remember Ebotele? I used to play his songs around." And I was like, "Yeah, I do remember." Then he was like, he had passed away, unfortunately. So he even broke the news to me, and we were just on the phone talking about, catching up on some of the memorable moments during my childhood and everything that I've mentioned.
Very a moment of bonding there between you and your dad. But as someone making music now, what do you think Ebotele and his generation gave to the Ghanaian music industry that still needs protecting?
Sound, uniqueness, creativity, and then how much he was very intentional about his lyrics. I kind of realized at some points that, when you listen to music and you are able to pay attention to what exactly the person is talking about, and you are able to even pick something out of it, those people are quite rare. And Ebotele is one of the people that was really keen on that. And I think that's one thing that we need to hold on to and then protect as, I wouldn't just say Ghanaian industry, but Africa as a whole, because he always paid attention to creating stories. You would listen to a track from Ebotele and you would feel like you're watching a movie, and he also didn't play about culture. The culture was some way, somehow in his performances or his videos or the sound that he puts out himself. So I think we really need to make sure we maintain the culture in our music and also be able to do extra work with our lyrics in the kind of music we put out.
Jackie, talking about maintaining the culture, moments like this often raise questions about legacy. Does Ebotele's passing make you think differently about what it means to leave something behind, especially through music, which is what you do?
Yes, he has made me understand that it's more than being a musician, and it's more than just standing in front of the microphone and singing. The audience and the listeners, there's a lot of people who have their emotions attached to the music. That is why someone could be a diehard fan of an artist, and it's because of how they know what the kind of music the person puts out did to their lives. And so because people are emotionally connected to it, I think he knew that, and he was very intentional about the kind of things he puts out. And because of that, that legacy will always live on because he makes timeless music. And in the kind of songs he makes, every generation that comes to meet it becomes a fan of it. And that is what I'm also hoping I'll be able to do. I've picked up from the legacy he's left behind behind that someday, in so many years to come, if I'm not here anymore, I want people to talk about my music in this same manner that I am discussing right now about his music.
Thanks to Ghanaian singer Jackie. And that's it on Focus on Africa today. We really love hearing your feedback about the program. Please send them on WhatsApp. Our number is +44 78 42 61 77 66. Or drop a line on our social media at BBC Africa, or my handle at I am Nkechi Nna with double N. You can also send an email to focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk and we would revert. Today's episode was produced by Bella Twini and Kigante Shumba in Nairobi. Mark Wilberforce was in Accra. Herbert Masua was the technical producer and Charles Gitonga, the senior journalist in charge. Our editors are Samuel Murunga and Mariam Abdullah. I am Nkechi Obonna, and I will speak to you again.